to be with our families and enjoy the weekend. We say these things in the name of the Lord, Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Heather. Do we have any announcements this morning?
Starting
Dwayne?
this next week, we'll be traveling to deny legislation. So we'll be the executive team will be out in Washington meeting with the legislators committee out there.
Good deal.
And the admin branch does have one announcement.
Okay.
We are very pleased to welcome our newest team member, Mr. John Billison. He is our new procurement manager, so he is joining us and heading that department. I believe he has been here 3 weeks now, and ending his second
2 weeks.
I feels like 3, but we'd like to welcome him, and I'd just like to introduce him. I didn't know if you want to go ahead and formally introduce
Mr.
yourself.
Bilson, would you mind introducing yourself? Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Billison. Siya just cheating instead of not having that much cheat. And I got the issue of Kiana, you know. And I'm happy to be here, having a good time. Thank you.
Good dear. It's been a long time. High school. 38 years ago. It's been 38 years. Good deal. I haven't seen you since then. My gosh, it's been a long time. Okay. Recognizing guests and visiting officials. Do we have any guests, officials in the audience? Looks like we don't. Okay. Oh, yes. So the board has an announcement. Let's put it that way. I want to introduce the board's attorney, newly hired, Martha King. So Martha, if you don't mind introducing yourself. This is the NHA executive team.
Nice to meet you. My name is Martha King. I've been working on Navajo since probably about 2000, so I have some old friends here in the room. Worked with the vice chairman on some government reform things back in 2000, 2001, and 2002, and have been doing legislative matters and business law here on Navajo since then. And I'm really happy to be working with this board. I work with other enterprise boards and a school board here on Navajo as well. Thank you.
Great, well, welcome. Mr. Chair, do you have any announcements? Are you able to hear everything?
Yes, I appreciate the double check. So I don't have any announcements, but welcome to Mr. Billison, and thank you, Martha, for attending in person today. Appreciate it.
Great. So moving on the agenda, review and adopting the agenda. Do I have a motion to review?
Motion to review, please.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Chair, second by Commissioner Begay. All those in favor of reviewing the agenda?
Aye.
Aye. 3 in favor. Any nays? 0 nays. Any abstentions? 0 abstentions. The motion is approved. We have the agenda in front of the board packet, first page. Mr. Chair, we also have a resolution to consider that is not in the agenda. If I could get a motion to add this resolution off the floor, from the floor, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Do you have it in front of you?
I do. Give me just 1 second while I pull it up.
Yeah.
Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to make a motion to add Resolution NHA 4958-2020 from the floor. It's approving the employment contract for the new Chief Executive Officer.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to add Resolution NHA 4958-2020 to the agenda today. I have a second from Commissioner Begay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All those, any nays, abstentions? Hearing none, this resolution is added to the agenda. It'll be item number 6, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion to adopt the agenda.
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to adopt the agenda by the chair and seconded by Commissioner Begay. All those in favor of adopting the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
nays? Aye. Any nays? Abstentions? Hearing none, we adopted the agenda. Thank you very much. Reviewing and adopting minutes, tab 1. Do I have a motion?
Can we get a motion for that?
I need a motion to review and adopt the minutes.
Motion to review and adopt the minutes.
Thank you, sir. Second.
Second.
We have a motion to review and adopt the minutes. Commissioner Beecher, Chairman Beecher, seconded by Commissioner Begay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Nays, abstentions, hearing none. We have a motion and adopted the minutes. Thank you. Okay, well, speeding through that pretty quick, NHA reports. Mr. Waseta, you want to go ahead and lead the charge?
Okay. Morning, everybody.
Excuse, I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair, we'll need to make a motion to review your report.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. That's what happens when you don't have practice. So do I have a motion to hear NHA reports? Sorry about that.
Motion to review the reports.
Second.
We have a motion to review the reports. Chairman Beecher motioning, seconded by Commissioner Begay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays, abstentions? Hearing none. We are reviewing reports, so here we go. Start over, Mr. Waseta.
Morning, commissioners and everybody, attendees. Some significant work with under the 2020 and 2019 IHP blocks balance. As of this month, we had a $5.5 million expenditure. This report is ended at February 7th. Total block balance of the Housing Authority is $195.5 million. So we're under the $200 million threshold. We still haven't processed some of our other payments for this month, so that will be reduced down even further in this month. The other item under the hidden housing plan is the Crown Point Dene Youth. We went through the pre-bid process on this project here, and we had a little bit of concerns from some of the non-Navajos that non-Navajos who are bidding on it. We had 8 non-Navajo construction firms leave the pre-bid meeting after we announced that this will be a Navajo preference project. So what we did with this project here, and as we move forward, we're rolling out a more of a detailed education of what the process is in terms of level priority 1, priority 2. So this project we extended another 2 weeks to give the opportunity for those individuals to come back after us providing them further information. That there will be a matrix in terms of pricing and qualifications to award this contract. So we're working through that. Staff and the procurement office they performed a reach out and educated them on the Navajo preference process. So I think that's going to be one tool that as we go forward, just the education of all of the bidders on our projects. In terms of the FEMA trailers, we had 5 of them delivered as of February 12th, and it was those 3 that were being in motion. In terms of this project here, we're actually working with the social service out of Prescott. So we found some families within the Gallup area, non-Navajo Nation, so we're using their process and listening to see if we can get those families in those trailers. In terms of their grants management office, we have a Navajo Essentials training program for the housing providers, the subrecipients. The big part of this was the goals of having these routine meetings with the housing providers that are still active, because a lot of the housing providers that are active, they have high turnover rates, so we kind of have that continuous education program with them. So this last one that we held in late January was a good, we had a good turnout on those individuals, and they participated. We had HUD involved from SWANAPS, from Phoenix office, so they gave their interpretation of the requirements, the rules and regulations. So that was one of the plus that we're rolling out with the program. In terms of on the end of the month, we had Dave Sutherland from SWANAP call regarding complaint that was filed regarding the Kienta housing property up there with sandstone. There was a report that the units were substandard conditions from the housing provider, which we're actually working with HUD in terms of providing some information that we have on file on Sandstone Corporation. So this one here is ongoing. They're apparently part of this from the last discussion we had is that some of the individuals were on a rent to own, but in the actual review documents that was obtained from prior reviews, monitoring reviews, that there was no, but we're still gathering that information to appease the request for information. In terms of the 2020 IHP financial branch finalized the budget set up with monies for the 2020. Now it's earmarking those projects. As of this week, we received our notice of allocations for the 2020, which was good. So now we can actually finalize it and start moving forward with getting everything ready to go to roll out. One of the things that's pressing here is that Hawan Hajo. We're still having struggles with the contractor who built that. So Mr. Silva has upped the notification on them, asking for the information, request for information on the design changes, because there's a couple design flaws. So we're actually wanting to get more detail on the architectural changes in terms of the construction. So we're asking more information so we can determine where a lot of these deficiencies came from in the terms when CARE 66 was overseeing the project. So this is an ongoing activity there. In progress with the policy revisions, the equity reserve policies was actually, we had, the staff had meetings last week and are finalizing, tightening up the ends there. For then they're going to be submitting it for legal review. Travel policy was scheduled for this week. We had we didn't get the legal reviews all done, so I believe that we're going to have that submitted next month. So in terms of a whistleblower policy that was approved last month board, that policy was just disseminated to RDC for their records. So every policy that's approved, we give copies, provide copies to our oversight, and so that's been submitted. In terms of a cap, we had February 7th, we had our second quarterly cap report that was presented to RDC. That included the new accomplishments and future activities to be completed within the month of March. There was 53 corrective measures to date. NHA has implemented 26 with 10 in progress, with 17 still needing to be rolled out. The 17 are more of the training aspects of it, giving individuals oversight and training. So those are some of the elements that need to be taken on in that portion. The other portion of the CAP is the continuous scheduling policy trainings for staff to ensure that all individuals have knowledge of the updated policies that have been adopted by Housing Authority. The other part of the CAP is our internal compliance department, will be scheduling audit review, or not audit review, a self-monitoring review in conjunction with an application to look at some areas within the CAP, how they be implemented, are they meeting the requirements as what we said we're going to be implementing in terms of the CAP. The other portion of the CAP that we have, compliance departments are looking at working with Navajo Nation Auditor General to retain that third-party auditing firm. We're looking at sometime in March or April, but depending on the procurement process, it might be pushed back. So we've already identified some resources and funding to accommodate those requirements. Moving on to the creation of partnerships. There's with the credit services, we've been focusing on this kind of has slowed down. As of this month, there was really, we had no new movement on the MOA, but in next month, we're planning to meet with credit services to discuss the next steps of this partnership and looking at areas of roles and responsibilities that we can actually accomplish in terms of getting them funding for high-income individuals who are non-low income. So that's one of the big look-aheads for next month. NECA and the NQA, we have the executive staff and staff attorney drafted a partnership agreement which NQA and which NHA provided NECA and NQA for the review and comments. The partnership agreement just outlines the roles and responsibilities of each of our enterprises, how we're going to work in terms of collaboration, planning, and the main emphasis is global planning. How do we work together and share information? So that's in motion there. We've gotten copies of the original IHS and NQA and NHA tri-party agreement on those, and we're looking at those with the roles and responsibilities of how they work together. Each of the three organizations have identified some of the Navajo Nation barriers that impact our program activities. So I believe that by us identifying all of our individual barriers, we're going to put a collaborative area how we're going to address those barriers. A lot of it rolls down into the leasing portion, the right-of-ways that are cumbersome at certain areas, and then some of the areas with the EPA, like lately the new rollout was the septic tank systems. So the septic system guidelines that are being required, they have to submit their documentation to Navajo Nation, which impacts the time frame for review and approval. So by establishing these barriers, it gives us a better approach on how we can work together, collaborate, and then bring that to the Navajo Nation and say, these are some of the areas that need to be improved.
So Dwayne, how old is this tri-party agreement? When was the last time we?
It was created in ended in 1999, but it was probably a 10-year-old document. And they used this document for the 1937 Housing Act, and it was basically IHS was the main funding source or TA organization to do sewer systems and water lines. So we want to get back to that. So one kudo on this is if the reauthorization of HAZA happens, it gives us that gateway of IHS assisting us in moving forward instead of us just one entity paying one activity. The other portion of partnerships, we have Navajo Nation Department of Veterans. Mr. Tooley, our veteran liaison, has been working with James in preparing applications in terms of looking at how we're going to revise, giving them opportunity for the 2021 HAZA grant. The other portion is that Mrs. Zimmerlin has met with Heather in their office because they're in the portion of finalizing, revamping their home ownership program, and so they want to, instead of recreating a wheel, they want to use our information, our policies to foster theirs. So They put a reach out, so staff's been helping them. The last portion of this is that we're doing a redraft of the 2004 Veterans MOA. And that redraft is basically, gives the responsibility, what is Navajo Nations be responsible, what is housing authorities be responsible. So once we can look at that agreement, because it's going to be sent to DOJ, and DOJ will add their comments. So that's in motion now, so I think this will be one plus for us. We'll be creating a one-stop veteran program. So instead of us veterans running to NHA, they'll go to the Navajo Nation Veteran Office and they'll have everything there. So that's the goal of this whole program here.
So Dwayne, if I could stop you right there and ask commissioners if they have any questions. Mr. Chair or Commissioner Begay?
I don't have any questions right now, but we also wanted to just point out we have Commissioner Lee on the line as well.
Okay. Commissioner Lee, good morning. Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
Morning, Frankie.
Commissioner Begay?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have just one.
Okay.
On D, in significant work, housing providers are, can you identify them or how many attended?
I don't have the listing, but I can ask Miss Gilmore, what was the final number of all the housing providers that attended?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Can you repeat what was the question?
The list of housing providers that attended the training with Nahaza?
There was approximately 36, including program directors and their staff. So I would say about 36. It was a good turnout.
So these are our sub-recipients that are currently active.
Yes.
36 of them?
Just to elaborate, these are individuals who have like rental units, they're still active, but they don't have money given to them just because of the requirements in Nahaza. They're still in the program because of the laws in place, that useful life. So they still have to meet the requirements of Nahaza for those 20-year threshold, those housing units that they oversee.
Okay, just one more.
Commissioner Begay?
In progress, for your CAT reporting, I don't see anything regarding the final monitoring finding report from mistakes in Zoom. Are we still tracking that, and have we met the deadline for it?
Per the email that we had, there was, we requested, because of the complexity of that, we've asked it for a 30-day extension. And so that email was, you guys were copied on the draft monitoring report. So draft monitoring report we haven't received, or they haven't done the final. We'll receive the draft portion of it. The draft response is going to require some legal interpretations and assistance. So I didn't put that on because it's just in the last 2 weeks of what we were doing.
What we were notified back in December. And I know that there was a deadline given, and now we're asking for the extension. Just wanting to make sure that we meet all deadlines accordingly, so that we don't have to try to backtrack any of the information or drop the ball on anything else. Just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Chair?
I have just one quick question for Dwayne with regards to that deadline. I know that they said they emailed it. Did we have any type of record that it came via U.S. mail or anything like that?
They say that there was a certified notification that they had that was sent to us. So That's how the letter came out. Plus the original the draft report came by email, and then when I talked with Jan from the HUD, she was saying she was out for a month and a half. Jan's the one that's overseeing the program, so upon her coming back to the office, that's when she gave me a call and asked me about the report. And from
I know, but I guess my question is there some sort of certificate of I guess it's not service, but usually there's some sort of indication of signature that somebody signed for it when it came into NHA via U.S. Postal Service.
Yes.
Did we receive anything like that? Do they have anything like that? Have they shown us
Yes.
any documentation?
Commissioner Beecher, or Chairman Beecher, yes, we do. That's HUD says that they had their card back. They had record of their card of us signing for it on the 16th.
16th of what?
Of
December or January?
Yeah, December.
Okay.
So Dwayne, I would ask that Ms. King participate in the review of the draft. There's some items concerning the BOC, and I think we need that coordination.
I believe I sent out the email. I'm not sure if I had her on my the program.
I don't think you did. I didn't see
Okay.
it. So if you could make sure.
I can provide her a
Okay,
copy.
we appreciate it. I do have a
Vice Chair, motion.
Commissioner Lee. Good morning.
Morning.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was very concerned that the document arrived at NHA was signed for in December, but we don't apparently know who signed for it at NHA. And then we have to ask for an extension 2 months later. That just seems unacceptable to me. How can we receive certified mail documents to NHA, and then it doesn't arrive at the proper location, which is the ICO's office? How did this happen?
Dwayne?
That's what we can answer.
Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair.
So I'd expect from Dwayne a full report on like what happened, but I think that my question is, did you contact HUD to find out if they could send us a copy of the signature so we can backtrack and figure out what's going on?
Yes, I asked Jan for a copy of that.
And then she responded?
Yes, she said she was provide everything that she had in her files.
Okay. What office does Jan work out of?
She's out at Southwest office.
Okay.
Vice Chair, another question.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Lee.
As I heard from the ICO's response, he has no answer to my question. I would hope that he looks at the process and tried to find out where the ball was dropped in this matter. To me, it's very significant that we get a document from HUD, certified mail, and apparently he hasn't even checked into it from his response. I'd like a response to this.
Commissioner Lee, we did look at it, and then the day that was sent, and then usually we have electronic login system, but my understanding from that we didn't have it logged in.
So did we ever find the original letter then?
The original letter was
found it?
that was found after we started looking
Okay,
around for it.
Okay.
But I can give you a full report up on that.
Yeah, Dwayne, if you could provide that to the board as soon as possible. And I
Okay.
think the emphasis here is that this is a critical document, it's a legal document, and we're legally bound to respond. And 60 days later, we find it is an unacceptable situation, so we have to figure out where the breakdown was. So appreciate the report. Any more questions, commissioners?
No questions.
No questions.
No question.
All right, well, you can continue.
All right, from the last meeting, we were went on to meetings, they were asking from last month's meeting, they wanted some details and dates. What I included was the critical meetings that we had regarding some meetings with my office. On the 27th, we had, we met regarding the LORA as with some of the sub-recipients that haven't completed the land use restriction area. So on 27th, we met for approximately 4 hours, outlined areas that we need to undertake in terms of assisting some of the sub-recipients with doing surveying and actually getting the legal document together to produce a LOR. So that was one of the big tasks that we worked out with staff between the two programs to meet the LOR requirements. The 29th and 30th, I was called by Santine and at the request of Mr. Chaco, Chief of Staff, to help Navajo Nation with they were developing a Department of Interior testimony. And they were asked about housing data, environmental flood concerns, which BI needs to provide funding through their 638. So what we produced was the demographic studies for data that we've utilized from 2019 housing counts and need. Also, too, looked at provided some information on some of their flood hazard concerns regarding some of the public works dams that have never been maintained from the 30s and 40s, which is contributing to changing the watersheds within across the reservation. So we're not sure if they've included that in there, but we provided some information on that. Basically, was just researching and giving information that we utilize for our past testimonies. The 31st was we've met with the branch chiefs and division staff to start the preparing of the 2021 IHP. We basically during the meeting we outlined milestones, dates when we have proposals submitted from programs, and then looking at the actual bottom line funding for critical areas needed to be completed. So we had a deadline to meet because by July 18th we have to have the IHP submitted to HUD. So we backtracked from July 18th and to February. So we established those timelines, which we are working at. So we should have kind of a final draft outline what projects we're going to roll with the 2021 projection. They're looking at 60 from the two different Senate bills. They're looking at funding bills. They're looking at $67 million. So we use that number as a basis to plan in terms of the actual IHP. My understanding from the calculations too, we will lose monies with the FCAS because of the units being turned over and meeting the HOs being paid off. So that was one of the big meetings that we had. Also too, with the continuous areas with working with Doug with HDS regarding the system upgrade and deliverables, we finally came to the finalization of a contract agreement, which we were sending it to him. Mr. Robert Silva worked on the maintenance and service agreement for this year, so that was submitted to him. And then at part of the phone conversation, we had the maintenance. We had several branches that had listing of issues that need to be addressed, so that's what we're working out with HDS on some of the high-level system outlines with the system. One of the other areas that we had with in February the 3rd, on February 3rd, we had a discussion about, like I was mentioning earlier, about the partnerships, the barriers. What are we all having in terms of leasing? What do we have purposes with reporting, labor? So those are some of the areas that we're gathering that information, and so as we roll out to some of these partnerships, at least we have a lot of the data readily available, and if it's current information or old information, what legislations are those legislations impacting us? So we're gathering that. We had that discussion on there. On February 4th, I sent you all an email prior to this. We were invited by Office of President and Vice President to visit the Chin Lee Nursing Home. The visit was basically with several chapters who were looking at requesting to have nursing homes in their community. The meeting basically was to give the chapter people an understanding how much it costs to run these things. So, given the presentation that Mr. Claw presented, the chapters was amazed that just to run a certain number of bed, we needed at least, like 20 bed, we at least needed $1 million upfront cost. So with his organization, he's well almost $5 million a year in terms of operation maintenance. And that doesn't include some of the areas outside of there. This is just the facilities. So the chapters were amazed at how much it takes just to run a building after it's turned over. And then part of that discussion too, he outlined some of the challenges that he's faced with in terms of the changing federal regs within the healthcare area. So one of the things that he's recommending, if they're going to move that, look at 638 with IHS partnerships. So that would kind of offset that, but that's still a long shot too. But he gave him all the ins and outs of the challenges for the operation maintenance. On the February 5th, we had VASH meeting with Abby Joseph out at Arizona VA Support Services. That VA Support Services, that she's the one that handles, she's the caseworker for all the veterans in Arizona. We had James Zimmerling from Navajo Nation. Topic was basically identifying those VASH clients, giving them priorities to the trailer. So she brought 5 individuals in, and James has a list of 5, which are all parked along the reservation. So we're working on those areas there to get the individuals assigned to the trailers. Part of this trailer portion that we still have working on the maintenance divisions, doing the final cost rundown for some of the modifications for the area of those trailers there. On February 6th, I met with Councilman Edmund Yazzie. We got a letter from Mr. Yazzie requesting some property. If NHA was he was looking at the 2-acre portion of property within the Maynard land. What they're looking at is he wants to expand his VA cemetery for a little portion of property that we have. That's so we met with them, looked at the land. We've actually calculated it's about a little over 2 acres. We've done some research with the McKinley County. They can do a no. Since it's a cemetery, there's a process that they can, if we gift it to them, there's a process that they don't need to pay property tax on there. So, but we still need to get legal surveys, and he gave us the McKinley County's attorney if we're going to pursue that, to start meeting with them. But that's just in the discussion they're asking for. So we did some research on that. He's planning on wanting to come to the board and present his request with a chapter resolution. And once I can get everything in place, we'll have that written up. So there's been no agreements or no commitments from NHA regarding his request. We're just looking at it, seeing if it's possible. Apparently, this has been on the discussion for the last 6 years of trying to get this property finalized or transferred over to him. February 12th, I met with Mr. Chaco regarding the Chinle DPS Training Academy that was awarded in 2003. He was looking at the background and the challenges that we have to have this with a separated start this project. One of the concerns is that is on the Navajo Nation side, is that the Navajo Nation used Judicial Department adjusted funds which on building some of these courthouses and buildings, and they had cost overruns. And he was asking, have we been notified by HUD of anything that will impact us with our federal side? Because within the Department of Justice, there's some communication that they may request Navajo Nation to pay them back for the overages. I told them we haven't got to that portion yet, but any notices, but that's something that we can put on the radar. But in terms of this portion here, this was I guess a stagnant project for a while, just because of the way they done the procurement and how they were handling the project, and then the changeovers. So that's I just gave him the background of how the problems that we're looking at. So he's going to meet with Dolores Gray Eyes and seeing where they're if this project is really going to move forward. And in terms of Housing Authority side, we were going to look at recapturing, because this project's been outstanding since the 2013, and they put it back in the pot, and then at least we know that it's closed out. If they want to approach us again, then they can approach us again with a new proposal. So that's kind of the rollout that we're looking at. The other part is with the Mark Freeling's really concerned about the Crown Point Youth Center and the housing modernization projects were there. So he comes and calls regarding the projects, when we're going to start them up, when it's going to roll on, because there's people that are going to be displaced. So he's want to make sure everything for the modernization is covered, everybody's in a safe location there. Plus the Crown Point Youth Center, it's just he wants that, he's like to see that building in construction, so because it's been outstanding for a while. The other meetings, every other, probably once a week, James stops by or calls. He's in that fast mode of his policy changes and to develop his new housing program. So giving them that assistance for them to create their veterans program, I think it's going to be great for us as an organization. Having Navajo Nation and VA office and Housing Authority partner up on that to help them. I think that'd be a plus for us. That will end my meeting report.
Thank you, Dwayne. Further questions from the commissioners? Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lee?
None for me.
None for me. I probably have some more questions regarding some of these things, but during the COO report.
Okay. I don't have any questions neither, but likely in Ernest's report. Okay. Thank you, Dwayne. So let's move to operations, Mr. Franklin.
Good morning, Commissioners,
Good morning.
Vice Chair, and Chairman. You'll find my report under tab 3. And we'll go ahead and start out with the labor report that we have. Oh, before I start, I want to mention that I'd like to thank the HR department for getting me 2 very valuable employees. We have Levon Yazzie, who's going to be our planner. He has extensive knowledge in utility systems and also in land use planning, things like that. So he's going to be a great asset to our planning department. We also have Genevieve White, who's going to be assisting in the contract analysis, and she's going to be our contract analyst. And she has a lot of knowledge in tribal processes, and also she has a master's in finance. So she has a pretty good understanding of how contracts are run, the provisions of the contracts and things like that. So she's going to be another good asset to us tracking and moving forward. So we are pursuing filling the labor compliance, where our workload is low enough now to where I have another individual giving me the labor reports. But as we are beefing up, we're getting more contracts in place. So we are pushing for a labor compliance position so that we can have that resource in place.
Very good.
Okay? So, so let's go on to the labor report. We have, PMEX is pretty much closed out. They have one person just doing all the warranty issues and taking care of this, just pretty much buttoning up the contract and getting everything done. That's one Navajo labor. We have Sowers Construction over at Window Route Phase 3. That's the final phase of that project out there. We have 52 Navajo laborers, and then we have one woman there, one woman labor. We have Sowers Construction. We have the Gutty Eye, which is on its way to being completed. So we have 10 Navajo laborers there and 2 Navajo women on board. Sowers Construction again, 2 Gray Hills. We have 12 Navajo laborers and 2 women. Sowers, and then Sowers Construction Navajo exterior rehab. That's 38. We have 38 employees there and 2 women. Riesel Construction, Little Water. That project is on its way. They're doing all the demolition. They have 2 Navajo laborers there, and 6. They have 6 women on their workforce there. Rock Gap over at the Tuba City HMO building. We didn't get our labor report numbers for that one, but I should have something there, and I'll complete the table as soon as we get all the numbers there. We're still working on getting our temporary maintenance hires on board to tackle some of the extreme rentals and housing and homeowner units that are out there. Subcontractors, we have, of all the subcontractors, we have a total of 27 Navajo labor force there. And then we have, and then the total labor force for all the general contractors is 115, and then 13 women on that report. So that pretty much makes up our labor force for the month of this quarter. Next
I have
one.
a question, Ernest.
Yes.
So 115 Navajo labor of the total labor.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be a difference? Like,
No, that's just adding them all item down there.
no, I'm actually out of, for each of the contracts,
Yeah.
there is a total workforce.
There-
And of that workforce, you have Navajo labor. Do you
Yeah,
have
these-
that total number?
We have the total number of workforces, but we only report Navajo labor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what those percentages are, because it could be 115 of, 10,000.
Yeah.
So
I can
maybe that
add
isn't
another
really-
column in there to put that
just
percentage
for
in there.
comparison. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Let me add that there.
I'd be curious. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So the next table there I'm showing is the procurement activity for major repair. We have Arizona 1203. That contract has been signed by the CEO, and we are going to have the pre-contract meetings, our pre-construction meetings that's scheduled for next week over in Albuquerque. We have the New Mexico 15005, 20 units, which is through. We have that, we resubmitted our procurement package for that to be re-advertised. We're hoping, like I said, the last meeting, we're hoping for better numbers because we're gonna pretty much eliminate all the winter provisions that were included in that last advertisement. Same thing for 15004. That's gonna also be re-advertised, and we're hoping for better numbers there. And I think that I really would like to show my appreciation to the procurement department for educating the contractors as far as how Navajo Perfect is going to be working and how our process goes as far as awarding contracts and getting that done. So there's a lot of questions I think I've heard, but I think they are pretty satisfied. I talked to some of the other contractors we had, and they said that was really good training for them. Also, we have 15080, 20 units. That has also been signed by the CEO, and that's also going to go into, we're having all those 3 meetings are happening over in Albuquerque. And then the Arizona for 40 units, there's 2 sites there. We've gathered all the, at the time of this report, we were still gathering pre-construction documents. There was questions on the contract language, which we responded, and they are ready to sign the contract and move forward on that. So we're pretty much going to be, this is pretty much the last bit of the 2019 contracts that will be awarded. And then the next batch I'll get to at the maintenance report, as far as our next batch of contracts are going to be going in through for there.
I have a question.
Yes.
So regarding Alamo, just remind me, the exterior repairs, does
Yes.
that include roofs?
That
or
includes
not?
roof.
It does?
It's kind of like a weatherization project.
Okay.
We recover the whole thing just to protect the assets of, the capital assets and also the personal property that's inside the
And
inside the
then the
units.
roofs are metal roofs?
No, we're going with asphalt shingles.
Okay.
The thing about metal roofs is that when you have, and I saw this myself when I actually went out there and looked at them, how metal roofs are done, they're hooked in a series. So if there's something wrong over here, you have to take the whole roof off and then patch it and then put the whole thing back together again. And then the coordination between the roof penetrations is a real difficult thing to do with metal roofs. So we decided to go with the 50-year shingles, architectural shingles, the heavier grade, and that's what we use to re-roof our units.
Okay.
And
I
those
just
are-
recall some discussion like months ago.
Yeah.
On Alamo. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so that's, and we talked with the maintenance staff, and the maintenance staff were more comfortable working with asphalt shingles.
Yeah.
And also, they are very leery about going on a metal roof because it's really slippery.
Yeah.
So they want to eliminate that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next table there is our quality inspection projects. We have pre-planning and planning activities that are going on there. I took out the percentages because it wasn't making much sense, so I decided to provide a more comment issue on what we're dealing with there. So we have the Little Folks Daycare, the retaining wall. Budgets are set up, task orders are ready, and we have in our bid on our board packet today the A&E firms that are going to be attacking this project there. So we have the contract, the task orders are being developed and ready for to be submitted as soon as we award a A&E contract. Come On Point Youth Complex, that bid, as was mentioned at the start of the CEO's report, there was a bid opening or a pre-bid conference, and once the Navajo preference issue was announced, pretty much everybody just walked off the site and said, well, we're not gonna participate. So that spared that started we need to start educating the contractors, and that's when procurement was actually going out and they went out and performed. So that was one of the things. So we extended the bid due dates and give them a little more time so that they can actually we can get a better pool of bidders in that project. The Talani Lake 36 single units, that contract has been signed, and they are mobilizing, and they will start the demolition of those units. Remember, these are like steel cages that are sitting out there, and it's going to take quite a bit to take apart and haul away. So we're gonna be doing that out there at the 36, and then we're gonna be planning we are going to use the A&E contracts to rebuild some more units within that to replace those dome structures. Whippoorwill Elderly Group Home, the president is waiting for the community to do a signing of the lease, put it back into our name so that we can proceed with that project. But we're still waiting on that. I have my realty office checking weekly on that to make sure that that there's still some movement on there. But there's now some push from the council delegate with the president's office. They are establishing a date on when they're going to have that lease signed over to us. Bird Springs Group Home, we have that lease, we have that signed lease in NHA's name. We are now we're in the procurement process of putting a permanent fencing around that whole compound. We were going to do a temporary fencing just to protect the site, but under the ICEO's direction, he wanted a permanent solution. So we're going to put a commercial grade fence around the whole property and be a chain link fence with commercial material, grade material there.
Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ernest, regarding these two particular projects, Bird Springs and Whippoorwill,
Yeah.
obviously we're moving forward and getting them back up and ready to occupy. With regards to the O&M and something we're continually pushing for, what's the status of that? What are we looking at for the O&M and going forward? How are we going to make sure that those things are occupied?
Yeah. What's happening there is the big conflict, and the reason why this kind of dragged on a little bit is because the office of the president had a different idea for the function of those group homes. Those group homes were programmed for we found out that there's 4 different types of elderly group care, and the group home is one of the lowest grades. So you have, and then all the way up to hospice care. So the group home is for elders that can still help themselves to the restrooms and can make it get to feed themselves and things like that. And you have another grade there that's for the ones that need assistance to do the basic functions. And then you have the nursing home, which is over in Chinle, and then the last one is the hospice care, what they call end of life care. Yes.
Dwayne?
Madam Chair and Chairman Beecher, the meeting that was called by the Office of the President, Vice President, was to bring in those chapters because Bird Spring was wanting a nursing home and some other areas. So from the President and Vice President, they wanted them to hear how much it's going to cost. Mm-hmm. Those facilities have to stay to the level that was originally awarded, was just assisted living because of the high magnitude of cost. So by them understanding the high level of O&M costs, they're asking us to look at just keeping it the same as assisted living, which they're going to, Navajo Nation is looking at using funding from their social service programs to fund that. So it was good for them to bring in the chapters and to sit down and hear from Mr. Claw the amount of money they need if they really want a full-blown nursing home. So at the end of the meeting, it was basically we're going to be looking at just get them occupied, what the building was intended for, so, and which was assisted living activities unit. So that is a plus. That the president did a reach out, brought the chapters in. So as we move forward, that's where we're just going to keep the building the same versus going back and forth over the last year and a half. Nursing home, assisted living, treatment center. So that meeting did help educate those chapter officials that were attending.
So
Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Just a quick follow-up for Dwayne. Thank you for the answer. I appreciate that. It kind of cut out. I didn't hear exactly who is funding it. You said social services and Navajo Nation social services?
Yeah, see that Mr. Blue House is looking at utilizing some monies through social services operation to do the operation maintenance if it's a treatment center, an assisted living type area. So if it's assisted living, there's monies within their program that they get from the federal government that they can tap into. So, what the president's office wanted to do is let the chapter officials and individuals there hear from Mr. Claw how much it costs if to run a nursing home. And a lot of the chapters don't have the resources to do a full-blown nursing home.
Yeah.
So it was good for them to get educated on the cost factor. So their focus with Navajo Nation is using social service to assist with this O&M once we get the buildings up.
Thank you.
Continue.
Yes,
Just
go
one-
ahead.
just one
Commissioner
follow-up.
Begay, I'm sorry.
So, based on that, we don't have a solid O&M plan just yet.
There is when during that presentation, that's why I was talking about the 4 stages. The lowest O&M cost is for the group home, which is around about $100 to $110 a bed, they say, per day. So what nursing home is dealing with is $160 per bed per day, and that's how the O&M cost is calculated. So we kind of got numbers, but when we get an A&E service in there, we'll have them look at the overall cost, and then give us a more solid number as far as how much the whole the operation maintenance cost of a building like that. But as far as just to give the community some sort of idea of how much money you're going to have to come up annually to operate a facility of that sort, that was kind of given as a way to base how much money they're going to have to get. So, like I said, our recommendation is to stay with the group home configuration and not move up the scale, because the higher we move up, the more operation costs you're going to incur to take care of the elders in those certain stages of their lives.
And there isn't an operator identified yet, right? I mean, these are just...
Yeah, it's just, so my big question during those meetings is, I need to know what the programming of the building's gonna be, so that I can put that as the scope for the A&E firms that are gonna use that programming info to design the building and make sure that it meets the function that it's intended for.
So is the Navajo Nation fully aware that it's in their ballpark?
They are now aware.
They are now aware.
So from the Chin Lee portion of it, meeting that the Mr. Bluehouse is trying to, that's what I guess what the meetings he's having with bringing in these chapters, is to identify somebody, and that's why they're using social service as their platform, because they're the ones that have all of the reservation oversights with some of these activities that go on across the reservation. So we'll see. He wants to plan another meeting with the Tuba City. I guess Tuba City Healthcare have a couple programs that they're doing. So he's looking at that to meet with them and bring in these. The other one was Mr. Dwayne Chili from Shiprock. He's advocating for nursing homes there, but he wants to bring in some other individuals out there to really see what is the actual cost across the reservation. But social services is working with him on identifying those individuals to operate it.
So Division of Health is not involved?
I'm not sure.
They should be. Yeah. So can you just tell me, just for the record, how much NHA has put into these two facilities, just construction alone on these two buildings?
I don't have that on hand, but I can provide that. There's quite a bit of, I think it might be in one of the detailed reports, but let's see.
I'm sorry.
I can take a guess. Been a
Yeah.
while.
Madam Chair, I think that I thought it was like 4.1 million initially for at least, I think that was the Bird Springs one.
Yeah, and they're similar in size, so it'll
Yeah,
probably
okay.
be about
All right.
that range.
Yeah, I was thinking somewhere along those lines, 6 million. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, just so that we know that the buildings are up, they've been up for quite some time. This is how much NHA has spent thus far. We're going to spend a little bit more to bring them up to code based on its intended use in the
Yeah.
future. Yeah. And that adds more costs, so the O&M really has to be a well-planned activity because
Yes.
that's been absent. Okay.
Yeah, the biggest concern we're having is once we're done, we have to have it occupied
Right.
as soon
right,
as possible.
Right.
And that's why our ICO said that make sure when you do the fencing around the compound, make sure it's a permanent solution. So if we do happen to run into delay, at least they'll have some sort of security in place.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. If you
I
find
would-
the numbers.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
I would also
Mr.
just
Chair.
kind of recommend, obviously, some of these things are going to be happening and later in the future, but I would implore the NHA team to consider, if we do have some sort of lag time between the time it finishes and the time they get somebody in there, that we have 24-hour security there. It would be a very small investment to protect that asset.
We can make that as part of
Yeah.
the scope.
Given the damage, especially at Whippoorwill.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, Ernest.
Okay, and then the last one there for quality control, or quality inspection projects is the NTU, which is over in Crown Point. The biggest concern there is getting release of funds for NHA's portion of the funding. We are just the funding source in this, but the Army Corps of Engineer has re-engaged this project. We have now scheduled meetings with our environmental team and their engineers and environmental personnel. So we're going to have a meeting the first part of March with all the entities, so we can determine what is the requirements for us to get release of funds, because our data shows that site where they want to put the dormitory is in a floodplain at this point in time. What we got to do is we got to come up with the 8-point step or 8-step plan on how to mitigate it and bring them out of that, or do the provisions needed to keep them out of the floodplain. So that's one of the things that it's required from HUD before they award us a release of funds on that project. So that's, like I said, we've talked back and forth with them, and we were finally able to get the Army Corps of Engineers, who originally did a floodplain delineation there, and they did provide some provisions, but the report showed that they're using 4-foot contour lines, and for us to give an environmental clearance document to get release of funds, we have to go with the FEMA's 2-foot contour requirements. So the discussion there is who's going to use what resources to get that done. So that's going to be the discussion, and based on the last meeting we had, the Army Corps is very interested in providing that service. They just wanted to know the environmental documents. So there's been emails going back and forth between Tomcito Morris and the Army Corps on exchanging documentation and coming to but she wants to have a sit-down meeting with them, so we've arranged that, so we're going to have that, and I'll have that in my next report as far as the outcome of that meeting.
So is the entire NTU campus in a floodplain?
It's all in a floodplain,
And
they do get flooded out.
Yeah, I know. So isn't there a current mitigation plan in place, or is it something new that we're going to have to put?
It's going to have something new we're going to have
So
to.
it's totally new.
Yeah. What's happening, this is what the report said, that, the road that's coming from Standing Rock that hits 391, there's a series of culverts that are sitting there. They're not cleaned out. So the site is not draining fast enough. So usually when those culverts are in full operation, it'll clear out, it'll drain out the whole site. But because they're not in full operation, and it's in another right-of-way, it's in the right-of-way of the BIA right-of-way, it kind of backs up, like with your sink is clogged, it takes a long time to drain. That's what's happening now. That's what the main report says out there, is there has to be some sort of maintenance with on those culverts.
So whose responsibility is?
We're going to engage with BIA, because one is a BIA road, and the other one is a state road.
Okay. Oh, wow. All right, thank you.
Okay, so next table there is construction procurement. We have the 403s, scatter sites. We have finally got the value engineering completed, and we are now going out to bid, and we are the last bid, like I said, was very high. We were really close to the total development costs. Hopefully, with us going into construction towards construction season, we should get a better response on that bid. So we've eliminated a lot of the concrete involvement in those structures. They've changed the foundation system from a slab on grade to a raised floor system So you have a footing and stem wall instead of a slab that's poured out there with tension cables and everything else that goes along with it. So so that's the pre-engineering they looked at, and I really think that we'll have better numbers this time around so that we can actually build, and especially we're at the time of when this construction is done. So that is in the process there. We bidded out the ADA retrofits. There was 11 units on that one. We did not get any response on those bids. There was no, so, and I think it goes back to the case of us bidding in the winter season, because this was bidded out during the fall, and a lot of them didn't want to deal, because these are, the logistics of this project is these sites are not all in one spot. They're here, and there, all across the reservation. So that just didn't, a lot of them don't like to participate in something like that. It takes a lot of overhead and general conditions, and but hopefully we're going to rebid that and move forward with that and get those retrofits completed and reoccupied.
Question?
Yes.
Commissioner Begay.
I know that we do have a maintenance department, and I'm not too sure how big or small this project is. My question is, why can't we go out and do these? Because at each of these HMOs, there are maintenance personnel there, right?
Yes.
And they cannot fulfill these projects within their own agencies?
Right now, the maintenance crew is mainly just for work orders. I mean, they have a huge amount of work orders that they have to do. I mean, it's like coming in. You'll see it, the report, when you see the workload that they do. Now, they're right in the middle of what they call the annual inspections. So that's taking a lot of their time, and that's the whole reason why we want to hire temporary. But this project here requires us to move walls. It requires us to make sure that the rooms the bathrooms are ADA compatible, meaning that sometimes we have to move a wall, and it kind of trickles out through the whole thing, because you're widening hallways, you're making things more accessible for disabled clients. So it's very intensive, and sometimes we do have to have a structural analysis to make sure that when we move a wall, it doesn't affect the load that it's carrying. So those are the things that we have to make sure that, and that way we prefer to have that handled by a structural engineer to make sure that is analyzed and inspected by a structural engineer to make sure that everything meets the structural requirements of that facility.
So based on the homes that need these requirements, it's basically someone, to say an elder that needed a home, is moved in there. So we put the elder in there, and we don't have anywhere within the area that's already ADA compliant.
There are facilities within those subdivisions. It's just these were the ones that were just boarded up, and they were not being addressed. So there are ADA compliant units within these subdivisions, but these are the ones that were just sitting there, and we wanted to make sure that we get those ones back up and get people moved back into these units.
So what statistics do we have to say this is what our needs are?
We have the mapping. We have all the ADA compliant units across the nomination in all our subdivisions. We have to make sure we follow. When I first got here, they said that we have to follow the what do they call that? The 504 requirements, where 10% of our houses have to be ADA requirement. So we use that as a basis of looking at each subdivision and determining how we can meet that compliant.
Since we do have that, and we probably did comply with it, but these are just extra units that we need out there.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair.
With regards to Ernest's statement regarding the 10% of the units needing to be ADA compliant, where are we at as far as our inventory? Are we above 10%, below 10%, right at 10%?
We are above 10% now. We've gotten a statement from HUD saying that we have met the requirements. It's just additional units that were originally UFAS, but they were just on the border. So now we're making them fully compliant across the board. But we do have a statement from HUD saying that we have met our compliance with ADA units.
By how much though?
I don't know the exact number right now, but we did say they said we were above. I think all they said was we were above the 10% threshold. But we can.
I'd like to get an exact number, because here's the thing: we've got 11 units here. They're all boarded up, and we could get these into inventory, get families into them. And maybe these families don't particularly need ADA compliant at this point. Rather than put this thing back out to bid for another X amount of time, and you didn't get anybody that responded here in the first place, I would rather, this is my own personal opinion, but I just think it makes more sense to say, look, okay, we got 11 units here. We didn't get any bid on these, but we're already over 10%. Let's get these homes occupied, especially because right now, you're saying there are various locations and they're spread out. Maybe this isn't the right way to bid these types of projects out together as 11. As somebody that's done construction work before and worked in the industry, we've had to move walls before. I get that it is intense sometimes as far as if you have a load-bearing wall, but if nobody's bidding on this and we just have 11 units sitting there, why, and we're already over our capacity, or we're already over the threshold that were required for the 10%. Wouldn't it make more sense just to get families in these?
Right now, these projects are on the IHP, and they are described in that activity. So in order for us to do that, we'd probably have to amend the IHP to move that activity out to regular public rental units. I think ADA is under what activity? I think 8, and we'd have to move it to activity 6, which is public rental. So I think that's the reason why we're still pursuing this, because it was a proposal that was submitted by our ADA compliance personnel.
And I get that, but I mean, with regards to, Madam Vice Chair, with regards to timelines, if nobody's bidding on these things, and I don't know if it has to do with the winter thing, because this seems more interior, but, what was the start date that we first put this out to bid, and the end date, and then what are we anticipating for another rebid process, and how long is that going to take to get this thing awarded? What's an actual timeline you can give me?
The bids are usually out for 28 days, and then we have the due diligence is about 2 weeks from that time. So you have 28 days plus 14. You're looking at 42 days total before we can actually award a project or recommend for award, and then we have to bring it before the board. That's if the cost is over $1 million. If it's less than $1 million, then we just take it over to the CEO for a signature.
Dwayne, you want to add?
For clarification, Chairman Beecher and Madam Chair and Commissioners, this VCA that Mr. Franklin's talking about, it's a 5% threshold for the full UFAS. Mm-hmm. Then we have the 2% that we have for hearing impaired. So those areas there, and the VCA only applied for 1937, and this was created back in early 2003, I believe it was a notice. But out of the 3,600 units that we had, we did meet the threshold requirements, but as we move new units in, the units that he's referring to, some of them might be Navajo units, so that were not UFAS. And it's depending on the identity of those units and then the need out there. So these 10 units here are scattered across to meet that need request from from Housing Management VCA coordinator. So that is the threshold, how many units. I don't have the number here, I need to bring my laptop, but we can provide that in terms of the numbers of that's been accepted by HUD. But in terms of the units there, the construction, I think this that's an opportunity to look at the actual, what is the area? Is it a full view fast? And I'll work with Mr. Franklin and Housing Managers to see where we're sitting at. What is the actual construction portion that we may possibly do in-house, possibly break it up to where in a series of projects. And so I think that's the approach that we have, and then we can produce a schedule that kind of give us an idea of where we're going to be going in terms of this summer, getting this thing going.
Can you also identify the locations too? I think that's helpful in making decisions.
I think the map they provided is too tiny, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Further comments, Commissioner?
Madam Vice Chair, Frankie here.
Commissioner Lee?
Is there a project cost for this ADA project?
There is an estimate cost. Let me see if I can find that.
I forget that we have the tables here and the pictures in the blue section.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I see the locations for the Ernest.
okay.
Thank you.
Like I said, it's a pretty small map there.
1.3 million.
1.3 million.
We need page numbers on these.
Maybe break up in activities.
Yeah.
Madam Vice Chair, so these units, these 11 units are ready for occupancy, but they've been on hold for these ADA improvements. Is that the situation?
Can you repeat that, Commissioner Lee?
All of these units, are they fit for occupation right now?
No, they're not. They are, not only are we gonna be making them ADA compliant, but the roofs, the windows, the exterior also needs to be addressed.
So the ADA, the project being ADA retrofits is only part of the overall project?
That's right.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair,
Mr. Chair?
just a follow-up to that, with regards just to kind of the logic of the ADA retrofits. Would it be easier, since we know that we have to do windows, roofs, and many other things, is it easier to bid those particular projects out individually? Considering the fact that they're so far apart from each other, and you could just say, look, this is all one project, you take care of the ADA as well as the roof and the doors and that type of stuff. Does it make sense to put them together, or is this a better approach? I guess I'm asking you to justify this particular approach.
We find that this is kind of like a scattered site project that's located within a subdivision. So the general conditions is kind of shared across the board. The contractor usually they get a better price. They give us a better price when they give us a general condition cost on this, and to cover and to do the bonding and insurance that's required to cover this. When we start to separate them like that, we've done it before, but we've noticed that the general conditions really blew up on us because they were being applied to each and every site, and they were not shared across the board. So it gave us a higher price. So we've been doing a lot of these scattered scattered site projects as a group so that we can kind of get a little better price on them. But it does get a lot higher when you have, it's like doing, it takes as much as having one scattered site project costs as much as doing like one subdivision almost. It really blows up to a lot. So we've had the experience of doing that before. When I first came aboard, we did some individual bids, and they did come in very, very high.
So I have a question regarding general conditions then. In your experience, is there a better way of making things less costly? Especially if we were to bid individual units and maybe we did in-house construction.
Yeah.
And Madam Vice Chair, if I could just interject regarding that your comment, in-house construction.
Mr. Chair.
This particular project, if nobody's bidding on it, seems like it might, if we can get this partnership with NECA, it might be like a prime example of saying, look, here's 11 units, let's get these done and let them run with the improvement of these houses. I mean, it seems like a good way to start it off, in my opinion, but I'd be happy to hear any comments to that effect.
There was, and what you just said, Commissioner Beecher, is kind of what we wanted NECA to do, because of the last discussion we had with the 16 scattered sites. We were saying, why can't we have NECA participate in those and do all the groundwork and the utility development and have that as part of that cost. Therefore, we only when we bid out, we only bid out the structure. But I think we're going there. They have now changed their operation plan of operation to include vertical construction, which means houses. So that could be an option on a lot of these, because we have a lot of scattered sites that are going to be coming down the line pretty soon. We are doing the preliminary release of funds, doing all that, setting up budgets for the next batch of scattered homes that are going to be coming. That's going to be hitting the procurement department.
So the question is, can NECA
I can't
fold in this type of work as well?
They can. They like I said, they change their plan of operation to do this kind of work. We do have designs and specifications already done. All we need is a construction entity to do it.
Yeah.
Or our own.
Mr. Chair, further questions?
No, thank you.
It sounds like there's a possibility once NECA is reorganized to consider projects like this. Okay.
Right, and I think that, I mean, with that type of partnership, you look at the savings that we could potentially have just by having an agreement, the time saved with not having to continue to go out and bid these projects out like a month and a half of wait time while the homes just sit there, you know, and then on top of that, the fact that, you know, NECA itself is employing 99.9% Navajo construction workers and getting them out there with lots of projects available. You know, we're putting our own people back to work, and we're utilizing our own resources without paying exorbitant costs because of the external pricing of some of the high fees contractors generally charge, because they have to, you know, bring the labor in, they have to be, you know, have to house them somewhere. It seems like a win-win situation if we can figure out how to interact with NECA on a synergistic level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ernest.
Okay. The next 3 projects there are new subdivisions. You got Rock Springs, Winter Rock, Employee Housing, and Lukachikai. We're in the process of getting the legal reviews on the pre-construction contracts for those. So we finally, those were released by procurement. We are now entering into an agreement with the architects. These are design build contracts, so they'll give us all that. And this is another one that we want to also engage NECA on to do a lot of the earthwork because these will have like extensive earthwork and utility developments within these three projects there, including Hawk. And I have a special report on Hawk there further on in my report. But those projects are in the are getting ready for designs, and we're going to be we want to hit the construction, at least start moving some dirt here probably in July, and start making those projects. Because with the design build contract, usually we get all the civil designs completed first, so that we can issue a guaranteed maximum price, and then we can pretty much the design build firms can give us a guaranteed maximum price around about 60% completed designs, and then they'll have a pretty good idea of how much that project's going to be, and then we enter into a design build contract, and then we issue a notice proceed, and then we get that contract going. So those are the design build contracts there. We also have mini farm in St. Michael's. Those are infrastructure projects, road development projects. Those are also in the process of being contracts are being reviewed by legal, and they will be ready for signature for the CEO to sign and begin the design process on those.
So I have a question. In the comment section, awaiting approval, does that mean it's sitting in the ICEO's?
No, it's waiting. It's over at. We have to run our contracts through legal first.
Oh, so they're all at legal?
Yeah, they're on their way. Some are on their way legal. Some are already there.
I see.
So once they've determined that this is a binding contract and all NHA is protected, then it goes over to CEO for signature. I see,
got it.
See, yeah. Okay, and I added a new table just to give some insight as far as all the release of funds that are happening for the next batch of projects. These are pretty much all completed. Everything that's on this table are all completed, and they are all awaiting signature over at the Navajo Nation President's office. And once we get the nomination to sign off on that, then we take that and we send it over to HUD, and then HUD gives us a release of funds saying that we've met all the environmental requirements. And Mr. Waseta was able to meet with, we gave this list to Mr. Waseta, and he went and met with the President's office and was able to get several of them released for us, so they are moving. And you can see that there's quite a bit of projects listed on there for what the next batch of projects that we'll be setting up budgets and putting together procurement packages for. So on to the next page. What we have, construction in progress. The maintenance division has 2 remaining projects that are, they have one over at Navajo. They are at 58% complete. They have 3 sites across in New Mexico, and they are 81.2% complete. So they are reaching the final stages of these projects, and then they will be return them back over to for full occupation. They're being occupied right now. It's just they're doing the external weatherization. It's more of a weatherization project. Modernization project updates. We have Gutty Eye is sitting at 97%. That's at the final stages. We are going to be turning those units back over to the HMOs so that they can get the clients moved back in. Wind Rock Phase 3 public rental. That's the final phase. That's just north of the central office. They are at 25% complete. I was looking at the project over there. They pretty much took it down to the frame, and they're recovering it back. They're working on the roof systems, and they're going to be recovering that system back up. But they have the provisions in place to protect it from weather, such as what we see here outside now. But they are moving along and getting that project done. We also have the Little Water project that has been started. They've done all the abatement, and they have now started the demolition of it. So they are in the process of moving forward on that. And then we have the Tuba City HMO building, which is at 18%. that the abatement was done, the demolition was done. They are now doing the earthwork and starting the foundation system there.
Ernest, if I could interject.
Yes.
Just so that we get this back on the radar, I believe a year ago or so, there's funding approved for processing home site leases for individuals that have to go through that process. I want to say cattle guards. Can we kind of revisit that and see where we're at with that so that we're helping out? I think we put monies aside to help people process home site leases, pay for their archaeology surveys and what have you. Is that still something we're working on?
Are we referring to that, the
That resolution,
MPI program, that resolution
Yeah.
666?
Yeah.
466? Yeah, 4662. I'm not sure on the listing of what activities are being applied to there, but with people that do come in with some of their, that don't have surveys and they do get the eligibility application, they need help with their leasing, we're helping them that way through the actual NAHAZA.
Can we get a listing of how we're doing that? Because I think maybe housing is working on that too. And then there's the cattle guards. I mean, this is all related to.
Wasn't that amended by Mr. Dougal?
No, the original amendment was 2 years ago where they closed out those accounts. Was like, but I need to get the actual resolution. That was a resolution that was created, approved in San Diego, where they was it San Diego, where they closed all those out.
Did we close them
Yeah,
down?
we closed them out by resolution. So, but there was some discrepancy on there on the numbers because the actual count, the expenditures, some of the expenditures that happened, so they were going through and adjusting all of those because the maintenance office was still utilizing that.
That's where the temporary employees came from.
So,
Okay, we can get that clarified and see where we're at now.
Yeah,
'cause,
I'm sorry.
okay.
But Madam Chair, so I know that the cattle guards and some of those programs by resolution were closed out.
Close down. Okay.
Close that out.
All right, sorry, Ernest.
That's all right.
All right.
So the next table there is just the amount of taxes that were paid out and collected. You have the two Gray Hills, Navajo, and the streetlights. As of January, there was $25,969.86 that was generated from these contracts. There's, total taxes for those three projects is $317,857.07. And then for the Gutty Eye, Window Rock, Little Water, and Tuba City maintenance office, there in January was $65,900.58. And then the total taxes is, to date taxes is $465,509.33. You put those together for the month of January, it was $91,870.44, and to date is $786,366.40. So that.
Madam Vice Chair?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dwayne, I guess Dwayne and Mr. Franklin, I think a better header for this particular Excel, snippet would be Navajo Nation tax generated, not collected.
Okay.
It's a little misleading. I just want to make sure we point that out and say that this is what we're generating with the NHA contracts, not necessarily collecting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ernest.
Okay, so the next table there is kind of a cost breakdown. It was at the last meeting, they wanted to know how much NHA has spent and how much it's going to take to put 30 units out there at the Bluestone project. The estimates, I gave out some numbers earlier that I did not want to give up, but I didn't get. Terry was one that reminded me that you're giving out budget estimates out to the public. So I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm just gonna go over the table there for how much money we've paid out to architects and engineers and project management services. There you have, we spent for those three services $8,123,685.76. And then we have that substation that has been put out there for $2,736,562.50 there. So total we spent $860,248.26 so far on that project. And then you'll see the next table there is how much more we will have to invest for us to put down 30 units. And those numbers are right there. I prefer not to say that right this time.
Vice Chair, question.
Commissioner Lee?
Now, Ernest, when it comes to the utilities and water, does this number represent the actual cost for all the storage tanks and the additional system we have to build in order to supply water at this location? You know, I'm looking at an actual cost, not some pie in the sky kind of outlook that we're going to connect to a system that fully satisfies our needs.
These numbers were derived from the architects and engineers. We pulled the numbers from their cost estimates that they had come up with. So this is just numbers for us to put in place, but then the sewer system that's being proposed out there is a treatment plant. Therefore, we're going to run into O&M costs because NTUA has determined that they don't want to operate that sewer system treatment plant. As far as the water, that's the water distribution system for the 30 units that'll be put out there. There are going to be additional costs for us, and this was, the assumption was how much it's going to cost to put 30 units, but for us to put 200 units there, the cost is going to rise. The electrical system and the sewer system is priced at meeting to accommodate 200 units within that development. But the water system is only to accommodate 4 to 30 units that are out there. So is the street cost and site grading.
Madam Vice Chair, question.
Commissioner Lee?
You know, when I brought this up at the last meeting, it was to determine whether we're going to go or not go ahead with this project any further. I don't see any evaluation of that right now. You know, do we have access to the site? Can we maintain a continuous traffic flow on that access route? You know, do we need to pull a plug on this? That's what I was hoping to see at this meeting and what was asked for at the last meeting.
Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Thank you. I'm in the same boat as Commissioner Lee, Mr. Franklin. This doesn't really help me make a decision with regards to just putting the numbers that we've already got. Let's just take water, for example. I mean, let's take the two prime issues that I see with this particular site. The water, this is just a cost of what they considered, I guess, with the architecture firms or the firms that came up with this plan. They're saying it's about this for 30 units. But and correct me if I'm wrong, but if any of these numbers haven't factored in, let me know. But I don't think that these numbers have factored in any of the extraneous costs like drilling a well or putting up a water tank or the potential connection from 3 or 4 or 5 years down the road when the water line comes in. That's not factored into any of these numbers, correct?
Yes, they're not. To accommodate 200 units, they're like I said, the water is only for the 30 units. That's enough to put a tank there, have it recharged, and feed 30 units.
to put a tank there, but does that include the drilling site well?
No,
that type of stuff, or are we connecting into something?
No, we're gonna be connected into NHA, or NTOA's, water source that's out there currently. It's just that we have to have a storage tank to feed those 30 units, so we can have the pressure and the demand.
So I guess my question would be, what costs are not in this? Because I think the other part is like the access to the place.
The access is the land acquisition cost that's on that table. It was previously, there was an appraisal that was done, and that was done in April 2006, and that was the estimated cost there to acquire that piece of property, so we can have access, additional access to the site.
Right, but I think that we've talked to them since April 6, 2016. Don't we have a hard number what they would want to sell?
They want to go back and use that same appraisal, is what the owner wanted. He said, well, we'll go with the appraisal that was originally done for that piece of property for us to get access.
How long ago did they say that?
Last year in, I think it was probably in, I'd have to look it up, but it was probably in June or July, somewhere around there. But I wanted to provide these numbers just to kind of give you an idea of how much more investment NHA is going to have to do. It's not going to go lower than this. It's going to, if anything, it'll increase as the longer we move this project forward, or the longer this project goes forward.
Chairman Beecher, Madam
Dwayne.
Chair, I think for the question that you're asking, Mr. Commissioner, the factor point on here, looking at just the off-site water line and utilities, we're probably most likely in a higher amount that's not feasible at this time until we can have the actual infrastructure in place that is suitable. So my thoughts on here is the recommendation is to look at a recapture portion of this and still continue with some of the small portions of planning of that water line that comes in, so we're not tying up all of the construction funds that's been identified in the housing plan. So it gives us an opportunity to resolve these other issues versus moving straight into the construction portion of it. So the monies that's been earmarked, we can use those monies somewhere else. That's a recommendation.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair?
Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner Lee?
Again, I think we're getting to a point here where our folks there are going to say, yes, board, we recommend we proceed with this project, even though the house cost seems to be 2 to 3 times as much as what all of our other current houses are costing us. That figure, cost per house, is only going to go down if we're able to develop the entire property upwards of that 200 number that we were looking at originally. You know, I think a quick look at the overall figure of cost here that Ernest has supplied, divided by 30 units, you'll see the extreme cost we're looking at per house. So the judgment has to be made of whether or not we go forward with this, or we just stop right now and repay that $10 million. You know, that's what I'm getting at.
Madam Vice Chair.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the go-to meeting. We have a caller on the line. Can you identify yourself?
That's me, Madam Vice Chair. For some reason, my internet dropped and I had to use my phone to call him.
So you have your phone and there's a CO identifier on the...
Yeah.
That you?
Me.
Okay.
Yep.
Just making sure. All
I
right, then.
appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can you restate?
Yeah, so I mean, I caught a little bit of what Frankie was saying at the end, and I mean, just looking at the numbers, just like Commissioner Lee was saying, I don't see it as feasible at this point. You know, and I hate to, you know, rain on anybody's parade, but at this particular point, I don't see how you make it work. And, you know, I think my personal opinion is to say, let's just, you know, shut it down and move forward with projects that are feasible.
And we'd have to pay HUD back, essentially.
No, that's mine.
Right.
That's a question, because basically we still went through the planning phases, and if like we keep the infrastructure activity still going in a small minimal activity, and then just push the money back, the construction identified funds, you still have that activity out there to where we shouldn't be paid back. But it's something that we would probably look at the legal aspects of it, how the wording and how the IHP was identified.
Madam Vice Chair?
Mr. Chair.
I also think that we need to take a look at the actual cost of the electric, the infrastructure we put into place, the
Substation.
substation, yeah, there you go. I think that if you look at it realistically, my understanding is, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that particular substation is helping to electrify the area of House. And I would guess, I would venture to guess that most of the people would qualify for, you know, the financial aspects that NHA is generally required from the HOBSA funding. I think there's a case to be made to say, you know, this is an infrastructure cost we put in there, and it's helping the communities in the way that it would normally help. Obviously, we look from, like I think Dwayne said earlier, from the legal aspect, let's take a look at it. But I don't see any real wisdom at this point going forward with so many unknowns.
Dwayne?
Yes, we'll do the request to get everything in motion this on Monday. We'll get a kick started for the legal review, and we can always amend the project funds at that time after our final determination.
Okay, well, keep us informed on that, Dwayne. I think another formal report from you, an analysis. Okay, thank you.
Madam Vice Chair?
Commissioner Lee?
Yes. What I'd really like to see is our people really taking this project and examining it fully and creating a plan forward. You know, I mean, I agree, you know, just looking at what we're looking at with the information we've been supplied, we should just walk away from this. But the machinery over there seems to be, we're going to keep going in motion and eventually build this whole thing out. I was hoping our people had looked at this and developed a plan about how this project would reach fruition and over what kind of time span, you know, what kind of milestones have to be reached in order to fully build it out, and then we get what was planned for. But during that examination, if they look back at how the planning was not sufficiently done at the beginning, and then all the way through that examination, they end up determining, yeah, we need to walk away from it. That's what I'm hoping for, a real full examination of this and letting us know cost-wise and time-wise what has to be expended in order to make this project a reality. And I'm just not seeing that here. And that's what I would like to see for us and for the next board to see that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Dwayne, I would add, as you're looking at feasibility, maybe alternative funding sources. Say we stick with the utilities and we build it up, and then we have parcels of land available for others to build on and to possibly buy that land as plots.
Okay.
And that would mean that we wouldn't use Nahasda sources, we would use another source, including NPI. Just a thought.
Okay.
Further questions from the commissioners?
And for me.
Madam Vice Chair,
Commissioner Lee?
Frankie again.
Yes.
I wholeheartedly support what you just said. I mean, from our NHA folks, we need them to stretch and bring in every idea they've got to reach out and try to make this a reality in some way, or we step away from it. But that's got to be their consideration to do it. We're relying upon their technical expertise to tell us, board, we should proceed with this, or board, we need to stop this. Because we've already got land out there that is unbuildable, and our people have determined that. And I take them at their word and at their determination. And I'm relying upon that now on this project. But I support what you said, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you.
Agreed, Commissioner Lee. Thank you. There you have it, Dwayne. So, another big report too. And comprehensive evaluation. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, Ernest, as always, this is big stuff in your area.
Yeah.
Go ahead and proceed.
Okay, we did pursue several different avenues, but we'll put that report together. I thought that was just the cost. We did upload our project schedules up to the onboard for review and comment. So, and in that schedule, we did mention the Hawk project, and that's how much time it's going to take just to do the 30 units. But we did come up with a 5-year plan on how to build out the whole area, and that was given. That was used to engage with NTOA as far as how we determine how we're going to build this development within over a 5-year period. So those are the things that we can include. We can provide that to our CEO, and make that as part of our report. There was even an issue of us building model homes out there, like 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms, and then have them just sit there so that and then the whole place is pretty much parceled out. They can select a piece of property and use one of the model designs that we have to put a house there on the site. So we'll make that part of our report as far as how we can proceed with this project and how we can, and we do have cost breakouts for that 5-year plan, and we can make that available too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next part of my report has to do with the maintenance division. Mr. Waseta has come down with, was not physically, came down with a fever, and I told him just to get some rest, and we'll go over. He provided his report, and I'll just go over the highlights and bullet points of his report. So the first bullet point there has to do with the vacant unit turnovers. The maintenance department was able to turn over 24 vacant units to the housing management office, and they've decreased the overall vacancy total decrease by a factor of 6, and from 527 total units to 521. We also did upload the staleness report that was required. Mr. Waseta was able to go out and send his staff out there to put additional comments in that staleness report to see what's there, and you'll see a table there, and also a tabulation of what total count is per HMO. So and then we also have the next batch of exterior repair projects, there's 123 units that are coming down the pipeline. We have White Cone, there's 3 sites over in Nozzolini, Mini Farms, Tuba City, Chechilta, Standing Rock, and Yeezy. These are all part of the 2020 IHP. We've gotten release of funds on it, but budgets are being set up, and we'll be submitting the procurement packages to get this going. If you look at the next bullet point there's 1,402 carryover workers that come from December, and 2,069 new work orders for the month of January, for a total of 3,471. Maintenance division completed 1,942 work orders and is carrying over 1,529 into February. So the total cost for the month of January on these work orders is $6,729.90. And then also we're right in the middle of our annual inspections. So the maintenance division conducted 4,168 inspections out of the 4,316 public rental units, and conducted 595 inspections out of the 666 homeowner units out there. So they're pretty much almost complete as far as their annual inspection obligations, and those reports will be on file for HUD to examine when they do come for their annual audit. So we'll have those reports filed away and made available. So then the next page has to do with the Housing Management Division. There has been a lot of collaboration now between Mr. Walletto and Ms. Duncan as far as the communication between the two entities and making sure that the work order and the move-ins and move-outs are coordinated. And they did have they do have their Monday morning meetings. They also held a meeting over at Twin Arrows on January 30th, and that was really to bring in finance and their treasury staff, and also Ms. Gilmore, Arnie Walletto, I attended, and then also compliance, just to go over HUD regulations, what's required as far as inspection reports, compliance issues as far as intakes, collections, things like that were brought in. And also Belinda gave a presentation on penalties and how to address the progressive disciplinary actions. And she also stressed the table of penalties, and this is our continuing effort to increase communication between all the entities within NHA. The hiring process over there, they had for OHO, they'll have a full staff, and they hired one housing technician, and they also hired a housing specialist, so they are now at full capacity. Ganado, the housing technicians is still open and advertised, and interviews are done. However, applicants selected declined the position, and then they have a fiscal technician that started 2/10/2020. For over Theroux, they have a housing technician that's still vacant and needs HR to reschedule interviews. The fiscal tech is still being advertised for that HMO. And then you have Tuba City, the fiscal technician filled on January 27, 2020. So that's their report as far as their human resources at each of the HMOs. And then you have we're having periodic meetings. So we're having another one next week over in Farmington, and that's just to make sure that there's information and collaboration on policy, and to hold the staff accountable, and to make sure that the processes are consistent throughout all 15 HMO offices. That's one of the things that Ms. Duncan has made it one of her priorities to make sure that that is taking place, and she's having her meetings pretty much all the time. And that the next bullet there has to do with the 2-day training that she's going to be having with her directors and housing technicians down in over in Farmington. Tenant collection at all 15 housing maintenance offices for January is $857,828. December's collection was $794,949.50. November was $841,046. Then October was $795,226.70. In September it was $798,720.18. This month we collected $879.37 more than last month. You see a table there. And then also she has a table of criminal activities that have taken place. For this month they reported 16 criminal activities. This was a decrease by, I think I have a typo there, by 16. Is that correct?
It's a decrease from last month.
It's a decrease from last month, yeah, from January to December. So there's a table there that shows, I think I can't see the headers on those. I'm gonna have to use a better copier of this. But,
Madam Chair,
Mr. Chair.
so I'm looking at the one that says criminal activity and the little, I guess the table right there below. Two things. I just noticed there's a big drop in issues with dogs, like a 66% drop from the month before.
I can't even read it.
I know you can barely see dogs in there.
How are you reading it, Mr. Chair?
Dogs, 6. Domestic violence, 1. Alcohol, 1. Drugs, 2. Property damage, 2. Disorderly conduct, 3. Other, 1. And then that brings the total number of reports to 16. Two questions was there any substantial change that would make these numbers drop, or was it a drop in reporting? Secondly, if you put this under the header of criminal activity, dogs doesn't simulate, the dog thing doesn't seem to be criminal, unless there's something I don't know in that regard. Can you explain why that's put under there? I mean, I get the other stuff. Dogs isn't necessarily a criminal activity, and my fear is that we're wherever these numbers might be reported besides this board, then it's miscategorized.
Ernest, you want to answer that question, or maybe Heather?
yeah, I'd like to refer that to Heather.
Heather?
The reason why we have dogs under there is because when Navajo Nation did a presentation to us with Linda Davis last year, and I presented this during the board meeting as well, that 85% of our dog bites out there are done at the NHA projects. And in our policy, we have to abide by Navajo Nation regulations as well. So right now, with coordination with Navajo Nation Animal Control, they do have to have their vaccinations on their dogs, and they do have to have their dogs tied up. And if they're not, it still goes through the process of, through the legal process per se. If you don't want that in there, I can take that out of there. I just think that it's a big issue only because these are things that come to the board and to the CEO and the COO and pertaining to dogs. Even last month, it was mentioned, you know, what are you doing about the dogs? So it is a big issue out there, and it decreased because we've been in coordination with Navajo Nation Animal Control, and we have been doing dog sweeps out there in coordination with them because we're doing.
Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair.
If I could just interject, so I'm not saying it's not a big deal. What I'm saying is that dog bites are typically a civil infraction. It's not a criminal activity. And so I just wonder if we're sending the wrong message by saying dog bites, which is a serious issue for sure, is a criminal activity. There's nothing, to my knowledge, in the Navajo Nation Code that criminalizes a dog bite, it's a civil issue, where you would go to court if you had an issue with somebody's dog and you got bit, whether it's a peacemaker or whatever. But it's not something I could, as a prosecutor, charge you with a dog bite. I can charge people with domestic violence, public intoxication, possession of drugs, criminal damage and property damage, disorderly conduct. Some of those things can be criminal activities. My issue is, since we have 6 dog bites, or 15 from the month before, 10, it's throwing off our numbers as far as what we're reporting for actual criminal activity going on within our NHA subdivisions. And I just want to point it out, because I think that if we were to hand this up to oversight committee or report it to anybody else, that dog isn't a criminal activity and it should be placed somewhere else within our reporting process. And I do believe it is a serious matter. So that's what I'm pointing out, not necessarily that it isn't a big deal, because I do believe it is.
Maybe just a different heading, Heather. Maybe breaking down, because it's, criminal activities.
It's just always been done that way, so I just always stuck it in there since I've been here, so like 15 years. So if it's a concern, I'll go ahead and pull it out, and I'll just put it as a separate line item. I'll do it that way.
Just the formatting issue is what it is.
Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
So some of the jurisdictions I've worked for, the second dog bite is a misdemeanor. So this, I don't know if these, I'm not sure where these numbers come from, a first dog bite. There's also, if you have dangerous or vicious dogs, a first dog bite can sometimes be a misdemeanor as well. I'm not sure about these numbers though.
Madam Chair.
Dwayne.
Commissioner, Chairman Beecher, and Commissioners will adjust the headings and use it as housing violation activity. And that will capture out there the whole area. So we'll adjust it.
I have a question regarding criminal activity. Actions by tenants or someone in the household. I know that these actions are usually the children of tenants, whether they're parent tenants or grandparent tenants. And so I think recently we learned of situations where the children were arrested or involved in criminal activities and so forth, and we have to deal with them plus the tenant, and the tenant is always affected. So how are we dealing with residents that are not complying with our policies, and we're having to maybe boot them out, kick them out, or counsel them? That seems to be an issue. I mean, we always have criminal activity, and it's probably always the same folks that are doing things. I mean, and then I think recently I saw that this tenant that we have action upon, they go to the press, or they go to the president's office, they go to their council delegate, and it's a family issue, it's a home issue, and yet we have a binding legal agreement with the tenant who's supposed to be controlling their family and their children. And I know in my experience here at NHA, that's always an issue. And unfortunately, we end up having to sever our relationship with an elderly person or parents who are caring for their grandchildren. And it's not them that are causing the issues, it's the residents within the household. And maybe they're not even household members, but they're staying there. So I don't know, Heather, I know this is probably more discussion, but I'm just concerned because, it's winter time and all of those factors that play on, how maybe we can work with tenants, but yet I think there's more work that we can do. And I'm not trying to get specific and get into the details, but I just want us to start having this conversation.
And if I could just add to that.
Sure.
We do have an opportunity to meet with the families and discuss this. and, you know, you meet one-on-one, that's my thing. Let's meet one-on-one with the family, see what the issues are, and how can we fix them, how can we help the family resolve these? And it's just not automatically we're gonna do the one strike, you're out, or there's a process. They have a grievance process as well, so I would prefer meet one-on-one, let's do the informal, and how is that gonna work out, you know, with the informal, we meet, when we have our staff there, and these are what we expect of you, this is what we want. And then if they're not satisfied that they do have a hearing process that we go through. So there, it is identified in our policy, and we do try to work with the family. Now, if it's dealing with, say, family and their kids doing this, we do request that, you know, they show something that where their child is getting help in some way to correct those behaviors, those social ills that are going on within the family. So, and that's my perspective on things, is how are we going to resolve it internally and help the family, because you just can't say, no, we're not going to work with you. So I am taking that avenue with my team and a lot of them, and I've been requesting my supervisors for management to refer them back to me, so I have an opportunity to address and work with the family before it gets bigger than what it needs to. So that was my only request to my supervisor, Mr. Franklin and Mr. Waseta. But we are working with the families.
So we do work with families?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they document it very well.
Okay, because, you know, what's out in the public is that we don't. And so I think more education on, you know, how we're working with families, and, but sometimes there's hard decisions to make too. Yeah, eventually, if behaviors don't change and compliance doesn't change neither. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Next one has to do with tenants' accounts receivable, the TAR. TAR for the month of January for the HOs and the PR is $131,324.25. The TAR has increased by $9,091.78 from December to January. As far as the public rental, they have $52,792 in active TAR, and they are waiting for Treasury to post $1,352.20 in adjustments. And also maintenance has posted $8,628.64 in work order charges that the H&Ls will need to collect from tenants. I have veterans clientele for the month of January for the total of 342 veterans. Home ownership, there's 148, public rental 194. So that pretty much concludes Ms. Duncan's monthly report on her side, and then the rest has to do with our expenditures per departments. You see, a lot of our expenditures are at this point in time are in the 20 percentile up to 30. And that has to do with with the vacancies that we're filling, but we've been filling up our vacancies, so our expenditures should start increasing and start to line up with the fiscal year. We did have a NHA training over at the winter meeting at Twin Arrows Casino Resort, and there was also we tried a new format that our ICEO initiated, and that was to have training sessions throughout the whole event. And the subjects were the IHP, APR. We wanted to make sure that all the employees of NHA know what the Indian Housing Plan is about, and what the APR, the annual performance rating, is all about, our annual performance report. And then we also there was strategic planning activities that happened. And then there was auditing that was informed of what we go through the audit process, how to do budgeting, and then there was also procurement policies and team building that happened. And the response that we had an electronic system that tracked. We had an app that actually was that you could load on the phone, and throughout the training sessions there was questions asked, they were quizzed, and I think Mr. Bigwater has captured a lot of that data, and there was a very positive response on that. So everybody liked that format. They said that it was more interactive. It wasn't just sitting there listening to people talk. They were more interactive and participating in the whole event. So That's it. And then as for the compliance, we're still working on the corrective action plans and the KPMG audit, and then also some draft monitoring report that has been handed down to us, and we are meeting on it periodically and Calandro there is heading the effort as far as guiding us in doing our response and making sure that we are in compliance. Safety. Most of the safety incidents happened with the maintenance department. There's what was property damage. There was 3 instances there was 3 instances, one in Delcon, one in Chinle, and one in Ojo Amarillo. And then there was some near misses that happened over in Pine Hill and the maintenance department. And then that pretty much includes my part. I have my travel schedule. I was told to be more detail on where I travel to, so I have that. I put it all there on my work and travel schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a comment. I was in Flagstaff the week that you all were in Twin Arrows, and I saw a number of employees at the same restaurants that I was at. So I was invited by them to come, if possible. So I did, and thank the employees that I spoke to at Kane's restaurant. That was like Wednesday night. But I came in on, I think it was on a Friday, and I observed the sessions, and what I really enjoyed was the interaction. It was pretty loud. You had a lot of activities going on, so I think, trying to be invisible, and not barge in, but I enjoyed it. It was an informal, my attendance was informal, and I think that's always important, as a board member, or even as an employee. I just appreciated being able to attend, and Dwayne accommodated me, that's for sure. And I just think it's important that the board is present always, and it's like going to a luncheon, going to a dinner. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. And so I always give due regard to my bosses, and my bosses have always been either the president of the Navajo Nation or a governor, and having that informal interaction is important to keep relationships going. So there should be nothing negative about the board being present. We're not there to grade, we're not there to judge, we're just there to participate. So just wanting to make that point of emphasis, Dwayne. So, any questions? Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I want to go back to, I echo those comments regarding the winter meeting. It would have been nice to have been there, and I hope that any future boards make sure they get the invite to attend. Specifically, though, I want to go back to Mr. Franklin's report, and you uploaded to the onboard system an updated vacancy staleness report the other day, if not today. And looking at the 137 pages that it is, there's no real legend. There's nothing really that indicates what the colors mean. I see the numbers. Can you walk me through that? Because my big concern is last month, at our board meeting, we asked for this report, and specifically, I need a breakdown. I'd like to know, with these boarded up units, what's been fixed, where are we at as far as on track to close out this issue that, we've got these units that are boarded up. Tell me where we're at with.
So the staleness, I knew this was going to come up, so last night I kind of summarized it a little bit, and I uploaded some more information that kind of what made a little bit more sense as far as what we're going to be dealing with. This information now is going to be uploaded into the LIMS, and we're going to compare the previous staleness report with this report, because there was units taken off the list because of what Mr. Waleto's temporary staff was able to address, And so we should have the comparison. Unfortunately, Mr. Waleto, this assignment was given to Mr. Waleto, and he had to attend a training session, and then also he was out sick. So he gave me what he could within the time frame. But I brought it before Nadine as far as making sure that we can compare it within the LIM system and provide a more graphical representation of what has been addressed and what's left over. So that's kind of where this whole initiative is going towards. And I just wanted to present something at this point in time. That I do want to give a more graphical representation of actually what is still left out there and what has been completed.
And I appreciate the graphical representation, but we're just talking numbers here. If we started with 700 units in December of 18 that were all boarded up, and a certain percentage of those were were HO, and a certain percentage were PR, how many have we completed to date?
Like I said, I looked over the vacancy report that was, the staleness report that was submitted by Mr. Waleto, and I just didn't have the time to actually do that comparison. But like I said, it's a work in progress.
So it's not done yet?
It's not completely done yet. We've like I said, we had Mr. Waleto go out to the site.
Mr. Chair.
Just to put it on the record, we'd asked for a certain date, I believe it was February 8th, right?
Yes.
We did.
Yes.
And now it's February 22nd. And I don't think that this particular number is that hard to come up with. And so I'm kind of disappointed that I can't get just a very realistic number. And as we're going forward, or further in this week, I'd like to be able to report that number to members of Congress. And I know that we've done it, and I know that we're making progress, and I'd like to know where we're going to hit, the full completion of getting these homes back on. But I asked for it on February 8th, and everybody committed to it, and now we don't have it. And here I am going to represent NHA to put our best argument forward. And I'd like these numbers. And so I'm trying to emphasize how important it is that we have these so we can make the case that we're tackling the problems that we've identified. So again, I don't really want to wait much longer to have a very basic report that says, in December of 18, we started the project, this is how many have actually been fixed that were boarded up and not being used, and this is how long those were boarded up and not being used. If there's an issue with that, you can tell me now, but I would anticipate something that I can have in hand when I go into the meeting this next coming week.
Dwayne.
Chairman Beecher, during the last meeting, I've had notes here from Mr. Waleto, during the program year 2019, he says that reported that there was 413 units that they completed in 1 year that was on the prior priorities boarded up units. So that was his report for the program year. And so we have those are off of his reports of his each month. Since we kicked in the vacancy repair in November of 2018. So I have that written down. I just need to pull up Mr. Waleto's report from December, which will give us a defined number. Before we went to the RDC meeting, they were asking what is the current vacancy we have now. And I sent you guys, sent the commissioners a copy what Mr. Waleto provided me in October of 2019 to set up his $2.5 million budget. There was 137 units that were recently moved out across the reservation that he's working on this year to repair. Also, too, I provided a listing of HO breakouts in terms of units between 1937 and Nahaza, with that includes the move-out dates for those units there. So I can clarify, some more the spreadsheets. I mean, just put it in layman's terms in a table what we have, what was closed out. I can finish that up and get it out to you before the end of the day.
Right, and I think that from my big concern earlier last month when we asked for the report was, I don't want to hear about these, just normal turnover. I'd like to know the ones that were boarded up for years on end that have continued to be boarded up. And so what was happening was there was this kind of commingling of homes getting back and occupied that were just normal people moving out and people moving in within from one time frame to the other. My big issue is to be able to point to progress made on those homes that have been identified for being boarded up for years on end, and have some sort of idea what the staleness is of these homes. So if there's a home that's been out there that's been boarded up for 7 years, I could point to that and saying it's now back into service, or it's not. But 137 pages of documents, printouts that are color-coded for some reason isn't very helpful to me. And even though I appreciate putting it up there and having numbers to pull from, there's no interpretation to be made on my part as a commissioner and from the other commissioners to know exactly what this is actually trying to tell us. The document that I'm envisioning really only has, about 16 tables of lines, and we can say each month this is how many homes were completed that were from the original, let's say 700 boarded up homes. I'm using round numbers here, but I'm just saying that would be illustrative of the progress made, and not necessarily 137 pages of tables, which is at this point near meaningless.
Sure.
Commissioner Lee, then Dwayne.
Well, I totally agree with Chairman Beecher's assessment, and sitting here 3 years in, I'm trying to get across to NHA that they have to think about what is most important, and then how to get that information in front of us from all the data that we got. Just throwing a whole bunch of data out in front of us and telling us board, hey, you go through, you sort it out, you figure it out. I'm really sick and tired of having to do that. And the same thing goes with my constant talk about the demographics, our clients. We had a demographics book a long time ago, and I always end up having to talk with the councilman and keep everyone's focus upon who it is we're serving and how we should not look to deviate too far from that. But the clientele that we have now, I was hoping that information, we would be taking that to DC and putting that in front of the senators and the congressmen and letting them know how things have changed and what we're looking at. And situations that are common with single parent homes and grandparents raising their kids and their grandkids. You know, in these situations of the low income and zero rent that we have in effect, you know, and give them a true picture of how things stand right now. To have that in a book, to have that data available that we can just ask and then it can be generated quickly within a day. That's what I'm hoping we can do at some point. NHA can do that. That they can harness all this data that they have and generate meaningful information that can have incredible impacts on our housing construction going forward. But it's up to each and every manager to understand how to answer the questions that we have and utilize that data and then utilize IT to get their hands on that data and learn how to control all that data to give us the information that we need. You know, we're not just asking for this stuff just because it makes us happy. We have to go out and present this stuff to the council and to Congress and to make the argument that we need more funding. We need more programs available to us to meet the needs of our client. But if we don't even understand our client, we can't even take that first step adequately.
Dwayne?
I'm hopeful, and I'm going to work hard with the next CEO to come, that this is a project that has to be undertaken immediately to get IT capable of giving us the information that we need to make impacts in house construction and meeting the needs of our clients and understanding our clients and being able to report to Congress and to the council the trends that we're looking at and how these things are getting better for the Navajo Nation. But I don't know how things stand right now. Demographics, please, as well, on the staleness. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. So how soon can we get this comprehensive report? I definitely recall asking for it in terms of the stale vacant units. Dwayne?
The report I have currently is what Mr. Waseta produced, of the units of what's are sitting stale from the actual, from September to now, that are, there's 137 units that are vacant. That's for this year. That's just the public rental. Home ownership, we have that. I'll break that down. I sent out a sheet with, there's a 4-page sheet on there between having the dates on there, individual dates, and housing identification from 1937 and Nahaza. So I need, break it down to a 1-page table, I can do that. In terms of public rental, in terms of zero rent, and this month we had out of the 30, a little over 3,600 units, the public rental zero rent ratio is running at 12.27. So it's being reported. So let me put that down and then make it and put it in layman's terms. So make it easier to read.
So Dwayne, Commissioner McGay asks if these numbers include boarded up units. I think people are familiar with that term.
Yes, they are. The 137 public rental are across the reservation boarded up units. If the email that I sent out prior to the RDC had Mr. Waseta break it down into the housing management offices, how many were in each housing management location that were vacant and boarded up. And then in that listing of each housing management, I had dates of vacate, how long it's been sitting there boarded up.
Commissioners, further comments?
I had a quick question regarding Mr. Franklin's report. On your work and travel schedule, it's noted that you travel to Twin Arrows to attend the Bennett Freeze update meeting. What can you tell us about that particular report? Meeting.
What they wanted to, what the meeting there was just to, they're having a, what they call a, it's actually going on today also. So that has to do with just us giving them an update of where, of how many people are we going to be housing, how the activities for putting together a community land use plan, how to do your demographics, how to do your proposals, and how to determine what the actual clientele is out there. And then also what the process is as far as going through the housing applications and things like that. It's pretty much all they wanted. It was a 2-day event. It's actually happening right now. I have 5 staff members there, and they are going to be there in a discussion session this afternoon on the further developments within the Bennett Freeze. This is an initiative by the Hopi Land Commission office, and they call it the Navajo Thaw Project, and that's pretty much, they just wanted an update and then be involved in the discussion session today as far as how NHA can assist and with housing development within the Bennett Freeze. We presented a lot of the mapping that was done, all the floodplains, all the sensitive areas, and where and how the chapters had actually done their own inventory of houses within their chapter boundaries and within the boundaries of the Bennett Freeze area.
Okay. I mean, personally, I'd like to hear kind of a debriefing at the next meeting regarding process and plans and what NHA conveyed to Navajo Thaw and in that respect. So if you could notate that and know that I'd like to hear something. It's an area that we constantly get questions about as board members in that regard. So I think that'd be helpful. To kind of go back to what Dwayne had said about the email that you sent over on February 6th. I don't know if you guys can pull that up, but it was the HO vacancy listing is what it's titled. And that's one part of what we've asked for as part of the staleness. Can you just kind of walk us through that while we're sitting here so we understand that everybody's on the same page with regards to the board?
Okay, let me pull up that email.
Dwayne's pulling up the email, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Lee.
Okay, and just for the board, it got sent to us on February 6th at 5:18 p.m.
So,
I think is that the only attachment you guys have sent? Because unless I'm missing one.
there's
Dwayne?
Chairman Beecher, there was 2 emails. There was one just for the HOs. This HO listing that we sent out was generated through the HDS on terms from the Treasury who handle. I know we were questioned on this, if Heather was involved on this data collection. This was all from this data came in from the Treasury because they handle all of the HO payments of houses units that have been deemed or NHA has taken over. So if we walk you through this project there, it has several different columns. And it has the location of the housing management location, the project number, the type of unit, if it's a 1937 or Nahazda, and then the move-out dates, when it was moved out, and then there's a status of what was going on or what happened to there. So it's a breakout of different areas, and what I think what for you're asking, what the commissioner's asking for is the separation of 1937 and Nahaza unit, so that can be, I can query that right during our break and then resend that back in a smaller table. But to capture the dates of the stale between that's gonna, it's gonna have a variance between 2001, what I'm looking at from 2001 to 2016 of units. So that form there, I can break it into Nahaza and then the 1937, sir. If you go to, there was another email that I sent out regarding the public rentals. In that public rental email covered was a...
What date did that come in? I can pull the document up.
Okay. It's going to be the same day.
Yeah, I do.
Do we have internet here?
Yes, we do.
Do you have
We have
Wi-Fi?
wireless. Yeah, we have Wi-Fi access.
No Wi-Fi?
We do. It's called SecureNet 5. But
So it would be on Friday the 7th, February 7th.
Give the code.
Darth. Okay, you have it? Okay.
oh, she's got it.
So on February 7th at 1 p.m. I sent out the package from Mr. Roletto regarding the vacant maintenance unit for 2020. That was the current listing. Mr. Roletto broke down his vacant units. If you pull up that form or the document from Mr. Roletto, it has, it walks you through the number of units, first what he was asking for budgets for temporary hires. There's on the 4th page or 5th page down, the first project that we had there that he had for vacant units that were boarded up. There was 4 units there, and he had the move-out dates. The oldest one on that in Chinle, he had 4 vacancies. He had one that was August 15th, 2019, and September 30th, 2019, and September 16th of 2019. There was 1 unit that they were working on that was being assigned during his report. So this was a report that they're working on for the vacant units that are boarded up out across. You go to the next page, that will have that one would be the program out there in Crown Point. HMOs, so they have 5 units that are vacant in that community there. So Mr. Roletto broke down his reporting down to each HMO office, what how many public rentals they have. I think one thing that we got to be mindful too is that the way they report the vacancy through HDS, it captures everything that we're doing with modernization, everything we're doing with UFAS, and lumps it into one big number. So with modernization, we have a little over 300 units across the board that are going through, and that vacancy ratio is coming up, kind of, it's added into the overall, but with the maintenance that are boarded up is the 137 that Mr. Roletto reports.
The 1937?
Your 1937. Looks like on his report, I'm sorry, Chairman Beecher, on his report, at the end of the column, it says 1937Y/no, and it has a breakdown if it's a 1937 or Nahazda. So if I can get the report from Mr. Roletto, we can separate that between 1937 and Nahazda.
Well, I've been looking through the email trying to find that particular one. I've got the one from the 6th, but you said something came in on the 7th. Are you sure that I'm on that email? Because I don't see it.
Yes, it was at February 7th at 1:08 p.m.
Right, and so my question is, check to make sure my name's on there.
Yes, your name's on there. It's Carrie, Kris, Dareth, and Frankie.
Okay.
Can you verify?
I can see it, Mr. Chair, but trying to pull it up.
Can you resend it for me? Or what's the title of what's the
It's vacancy listing,
title of the email?
vacancy listing.
I have February 10th.
Is it, or
Vacancy
Hawaii.org?
listings.
It's all to your.
Oh, they're
individual.
regular?
Okay.
Madam Vice Chair, it shows up on my email as February 10th that came in. And I did look at it, and that spreadsheet should have been prepared better. It's just so chopped up, and you got to print it out and piece it all together, basically, manually. It's February 10th is when I received it.
Okay, so I guess I have to look on the 7th. Okay, I see it on the 10th.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a fundamental difference between the one I'm showing it came in,
I got so many emails.
the PDF that I'm looking at says 2020 HO vacancy listing.
That's correct, sir.
What about the PR is my question.
That is the PR. Mr. Walletto has that's the PR listing that he produced.
On the same document?
It's all that document for maintenance. It says 2019 1212 vacancy units NT 2020. That's the document that Mr. Walletto produced for his vacant units for the public rental.
What does NRFO stand for?
Not ready for occupancy.
I'm still trying to pull it up.
Okay, so, so I'm looking at the document. I guess what my concern would be at the way formatting would be, the staleness of some of these things. And okay, so we got NRFO, the reason that was that in an acronym for.
Not ready for occupancy.
Okay. In regards to like some of the oldest units, I see a 2013. I've got one that doesn't even have a date. What am I supposed to do with that as far as like my interpretation? You just don't know when they moved out, or is there no approximation?
If Chairman Beecher, if you look on some of those areas, there's no move out date. There's a status. It says assigned. So at the time when the report was being generated, it was vacant, and they were reassigning it to a client. And I believe that's when they done some repairs to it, and it was ready for occupancy. But they have assigned it, and they were going to put it back in occupancy mode.
So if I'm reading this report correctly, I'm just going to pick one out of the bunch, but I see something in Amarillo. The move-out date has got 2012. It's not indicated whether or not it's a 1937 unit or not. It's a public rental. This would be on page 11. And if I'm going to interpret this particular readout correctly, does that mean that the unit's been boarded up since about 2012?
That's what because they're lined there. Maybe he should have combined those together. I can, like I says, let me get a hold of Mr. Walletto and have him fill in those areas? to
I
define?
already did.
Okay.
But, I mean, am I reading it correctly? That's what I'm trying to double check and make sure I'm interpreting it correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to the ones with no move-out date, what do I assign to that? And, you know, if I'm looking and trying to interpret it.
From what my understanding from Mr. Roletto, he had the move-out states were conjunction with the one above it, so like we just did a reach out to him to make sure he defines that date there instead of keeping it blank.
He can't, it goes down to the documentation that he has. If he can't find the documentation, he's not gonna put a date there.
Well, I appreciate that, but I think that there's no documentation, just state that, and I have to assume the words as far as, like, it's just not documented well enough. I mean, I'd take an approximation date, but we need some sort of metric to say, hey, this is how stale it is. And then when you look over to the HO vacancy one, I see similar information, but it's not exactly the same. So let's just go to page 1 where I've got a homeowner unit. It says vacant, the first one on the row. It's the 1937. Got the loan information on it. Move out date 1/1/2000, and then the second one below that 1/1/2000. So in my interpretation of this, of what you're telling me, and I'm trying to make sure I got it correct, you're saying that there's a unit out there that's over 20 years old that's just been boarded up. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
2 of them. And so I think going forward, in addition to having this information and being able to present what we're actually doing about this particular part, on how we're meeting those goals, how do we attack these ones that are nearly 20 years old on the list? And granted, we started with PR first, so I appreciate that, but I mean, going forward as a board member, I'd like to see an actual plan of actually how to attack this. That's easy to read, number one, but number two, state what our expectations are throughout the year as far as the timeline, just like you would a project of building new construction. I want to know exactly how many houses are going to be completed for each month going forward, and have a timeline that I can hold up to the light of day and say, this is our plan going forward, so we know how we're going to attack this problem. Because right now, as much as I appreciate that I know homes have been being put back into the system based on the numbers we're seeing, I need to be able to make a clear and convincing case that here's our timeline, this is how it's being attacked, and this is when we'll be done. And I don't see that type of process in these numbers. Can you speak your comment to that, please?
With the HO, this one was one of the struggles that we've had because of what the severity of some of these units. And this is where, if we look on this year's 2020, they had the HO with the Nahazas, that they were going to go in and do a physical assessment of all the units to outline the conditions of them. So that's been put into the 2020 IHP. That's Mr. Roletto put that together to get an idea, structure, how they're going to attack this. Are they minor renovations that needs to happen? Are they structural problems? So those units are going to be assessed through this P&A aspects of it.
So it seems to me, Dwayne, that we still need a comprehensive report of all vacant, boarded up units, especially those more long-term.
Madam Chair, the approach that Mr. Roletto had, he put that into 2020 to do the physical needs assessment of the condition to reach the value of what needs to be, the cost value, what needs to go into the units, and then the different levels of condition.
Yeah, I understand that, but you need to put it all together and put it in something like this
Okay.
that makes sense and reformat it so that I can read it.
I'm sorry. All right.
Okay, thank you. And by the next board meeting, if not sooner?
We're going to need it for sure.
Okay. Commissioner Lee, is that you?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Mr. Franklin, I'm looking at the planning activity projects, specifically Benton Rock. In the planning and design column, it says, design phase completed, pending acquisition of right-of-way with NDOT, right-of-way acquisition anticipated delay 2020. What does that mean? Is that the delay going to be over with because it's 2020 now? And with this kind of road project in other locations, do we continuously experience a delay problem with right-of-way acquisition involving NDOT? Is that something we can fix so that we don't encounter that in the future? Our current project undertaken so that we don't have that kind of need to acquire additional right-of-way for highways, roads into our projects going into the future. That's all.
Commissioner Lee, that particular project, the Mitten Rock, the problem that we're having in delay that's being presented is that NDOT does not want, is very reluctant to put that piece of that access road on their inventory so that they can put it as part of their road improvement program. And right now they say that we have too many roads already on our listing, and therefore we will not accept that right away. So I guess the question, or the solution is do we just keep the right of way in our name, and if that's the case, then we're gonna have to come up with a operation and maintenance of that highway, of that access road. So that's the whole reason why we're trying to get it in their name, so that they take over the operation and maintenance of that access road.
What is the length of that road?
It's about 900 feet, I think it was.
900 feet. Commissioner Lee?
Yes, given that situation, are we going to encounter a similar situation with Bluestone, the Hope project?
In that instance, what we were going to do was the Apache County is willing to take over the operation and maintenance of that road, and out even the loop road that's been designed in that project. So Apache County is more willing to take over that because they get tax money based on the clientele that they serve. Because we did bring up that issue with Apache County, and Apache County said that we'd like to take over that operation maintenance and give us that loop road so we can have our public school buses go on that road, and therefore we can collect revenue from there. What with
Madam Vice Chair?
Commissioner Lee?
Related to other project locations we have where we've got, like for instance, gravel roads leading to our subdivisions, we're responsible for the maintenance of that, aren't we? And we have crews out there that are doing this kind of work for us? No, we don't?
No, we don't, sir.
Okay. So the road maintenance, as far as going from NDOT to our subdivisions, they're just in the wild right there. They're just at the at the whim and forces of nature for the road to be drivable. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that same issue happened with our we had to set aside street improvement monies just to, because the streets within our subdivisions were supposed to be given over to NDOT, but they just did not have the resources to do it. So that's how our street improvement program came about, and we started to do our own repairs of our streets, of the streets that lead into our subdivisions. And there was instances where we put on the IHP some access roads, and we used some MPI funds or PI funds to take care of some of those roads like that. And it's just a matter of us putting it on our infrastructure 5-year plan and getting funding for that activity.
Madam Vice Chair, another question.
Commissioner Lee?
Within this report from Planning Department, there's also a survey issue. What's the solution there with that?
The survey issue has to do with getting them to accept our projection system. We've done the plats. It's a matter of getting it recorded with BIA, because everything has to get recorded with BIA and put on there. And BIA is so backed up right now, and a lot of our parcels and right-of-ways and things like that have been just sitting there because of that very purpose, or that very reason.
And Vice Chair,
Commissioner Lee?
is there a solution for that we can partner with BIA and hire someone to straighten that situation out? Because that similar situation affects us over in Tohajali with that border dispute still, right?
Yes. We did send, there was an agreement between BIA and NDOT and the NHA that agreement expired. There was a list of streets that were on that document, but they never really put resources in place to do the road improvements. So it's something that, and it really goes back to the resources that both entities have right now. I mean, we're seeing like we're the only ones that have funding available to do repairs out there, and that goes with utilities too.
Well then, what's the forecast for that boundary dispute issue at Tohajali then? When will that be resolved?
Dwayne? Do you have anything on that?
Seems we don't have an answer. Commissioner Lee? Maybe that's something for legal to evaluate. That's been a long-standing issue, though. Yep. Long-standing.
We've got major drainage issue there. I guess I don't want us to be waiting for the next, catastrophic type of storm event that's going to wash out a couple houses over there, because we can't get BLM and BIA or whoever else needs to be involved to straighten out the boundary issue. I hope we can find a solution where we can, push through some kind of plan of attack on that. That maybe hiring our own individual to wade into it and just bring parties together and get that thing over and done with. Because we still have land over there we could expand for future housing, I think. But is that boundary issue part of that problem with us not being able to develop further?
Do we know, Dwayne?
Commissioner Lee, Madam Chair, Commissioner Lee, if you recall, the the last conversation we had in Albuquerque, I think it was in August of 2019, that was brought up because of the water line. That area there was because the Laguna Pueblo bought that land and they were working with BLM, and the chapter was trying to resolve that issue. I'm gonna have to, because Mike Pisano was heading that up in terms of the township, the township point there that was moved over, what created the new boundary line. So I needed to talk with our realty office that was working, because Richard and Mike were handling that and seeing how far they got with the Albuquerque office and the Laguna Pueblo, what was the approach for a resolution.
And Vice Chair?
Commissioner Lee.
Planning notes that they cannot access their archives, project folders. Essentially, in my mind, it's telling me that our planning process is at a standstill due to the IT issue. Is that what we're in? And when will that be resolved?
Dwayne?
Mr. Franklin just left the room.
Left the building.
Left the room. I know that there was a question on the IT connection. I'm not sure why. My understanding is that everything was pushed up to the cloud, the whole LIM system and data. Ernest is coming back in, but he can give you more detail regarding the survey not getting into their LIM data. Mr. Franklin?
Key drive, that next call. So planning department's indicating that they can't access archival documents, so.
Oh, that was,
Because of IT, is it due to the IT situation still?
no, what we had to do was do a data recovery and store it up on the cloud. It's called Nextcloud, and we are providing access to the planning department. We had 100% data recovery, so they will have access to the P drive and all the documentation that's needed there. There was a compromise on the construction management, but we found a backup that was about a week old, and that data was uploaded and ready for accessibility. All we got to do now is upload the clients and have them, and then they can start bringing down the data.
That's the project folders?
Yeah, that's project folders.
Well, it's in here in planning.
Yeah, that's at the end of January, yeah, for January.
January, okay.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Lee, it sounds like planning department is able to access archives and project folders? Thank goodness.
Then is the LIM system up and operational fully then?
Yes, the LIM system is also up and operational. We have the dashboards running, we have the mapping, all that is back up and running right now. We can probably provide a link. We're going to have a training session with next week with the planning and construction management departments on the new improvements to the LIMS and also to the dashboards, how we're going to be tracking project management. I was going over it with Nadine yesterday. It looks pretty robust now, and I asked her if we can provide a link to the commissioners so that they can have that information at their fingertips too.
Sounds good, Ernest. So, sounds like lunch is here. I'm not smelling it, but it's here. So, any further questions for operations from the board?
Vice Chair, I just have one more for Ernest.
Okay, Commissioner Lee, then.
It's the, yeah?
Go ahead, sir.
Oh.
Commissioner Lee?
As far as the, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Perfect.
Can you hear?
A little bit of a delay, but go ahead.
Under the issues and concerns for housing management, adjustments being done within the HMO, not approved, in order to streamline processes with Treasury Department. What's the status of that right now?
Dwayne, Commissioner Lee, this is Ernest. Dwayne, we are meeting with, it has to do with the HDS and how the HDS is providing that avenue for that to happen. We have listed a lot of the issues that were not included in the previous launch of HDS, but we have, we went over the processes, we established what needs to be done, and we provided a listing of how that interaction should happen between Treasury and Heather's Housing Management Division. So that's on its way. There was never really, I had mentioned before that there was never a true scope of work, but we are now have a scope of work, and then that scope of work will be included in the contract that Dwayne had mentioned earlier in his report with HDS.
And Vice Chair, just one, I promise you, last question.
No problem, Commissioner Lee. Go ahead.
Regarding the limbs, we've got all those contracts in front of us for approval. Is that, I mean, can you explain the need for the contracted services that we're looking at?
The contracted services is to expand our resources to get architectural designs, to get engineering studies and engineering designs for the modernization of our houses, for the development of new housing, and also to give us some hydrology analysis that can be used in our environmental clearances. And also it includes some IT support services that if we ever need to have additional IT work needed, that's another resource that Don and his group can use. And also and there's also some GIS services that we will have. So it's a conglomerate of services that we need just to expand our resources and meeting the needs of and doing our development across the Navajo Nation.
Commissioner Lee? Are you okay with the response?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm okay with the response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'll try to make it brief, and we can go from me into letting everybody get some lunch. But I want to circle back to our request for the staleness report, and I just want to make it clear on the timeline. So on January 25th, we asked for the staleness report on PR and HO units that are boarded up. Okay. We took pains at that meeting on January 25th to make sure that we had 2 weeks that we were expecting this to come in. That means February 8th. And just to clarify, when we finally looked at the emails, and we discovered February 10th was the last time we emailed back and forth on it, but you're correct, that email came in from Mr. Waseta on the 7th at about 1:08 p.m. And it says, "Good afternoon, attached is Mr. Waseta's report." And obviously that makes it come in before the deadline of February 8th. But when you open the attachment, even the title of the attachment is 2019-1212 Basic Unit MT 2020. Okay? But you look at the report itself, and you open that up, it's a memorandum, and we've got basically 19 pages, but the memorandum is dated October 23rd and received into the executive office on 28th. I guess what I'm trying to illustrate is that this report that we're looking at, from my understanding, from what this memo that came out, is that on February 7th, I got information that came out in October. And it leads me to two conclusions, one of two conclusions. Either I just got a report that was from October and they just gave it to me to say, hey, here's something. Or B, nothing has actually changed from October 23rd to February 7th. So I'm not, there's nothing else to report. Either way, it doesn't seem to meet the expectations of our request on January 25th. And I just wanted to point that out because A, the reports are difficult to make sense of, and B, they're old. And I guess the quick question is, what do you expect us as a board to do with this information? Do you think it meets the needs of the request we made on January 25th?
Mr. Chair, I would definitely echo that. So Dwayne, you're going to be relied upon to fix this report and meet the expectations and do it sooner than later. So you've heard plenty of comments here about what's missing and what we really are looking forward to, and whether or not this information is really that old, and if it is, we need to update it pretty quick. So, Dwayne, I guess you're on the seat to answer again how we're going to get this done.
Well, unfortunately, what the information is what I had from, they said it hasn't changed yet, because the temporaries haven't were hired at that time, so that's the information that I was working off of. In terms of getting the information from Mr. Roletto, that's what we did reach out to Spall back earlier, asking for his finalized numbers. And work on it right now, I guess, and seeing what the updates and differences between Mr. Roletto's report from his monthly report to what what has been submitted. Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, further comments?
No further comments.
Okay. Commissioners, are you ready to take a break? It is 12:42 right now, and I think people need a break too. So if it pleases the board, let's go ahead and adjourn right now and come back at about 1:30.
Recess, Madam Vice Chair. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, recess until 1:30. Okay. Well, we are recessed, and we'll come back at 1:30, and let's do lunch. Thank you. was fabulous as usual, so thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Franklin, I think we've ended his report. I don't think there's any more comments or questions for Mr. Franklin, commissioners?
No.
All right, well.
Not from me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, the administrative branch report, Ms. Cook, you are on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board chairman, vice chair, commissioners, NHA employees. In tab 4 is the administrative branch monthly report for January in terms of significant work activities and priorities for the admin branch office. For the month of January, did a lot of planning in order to finalize the procurement policy revision training that was provided at the winter meeting in terms of preparing the FIDO questions and the strategic planning training session format with our IDCEO. We continue to prepare and finalize all HR logistics for interviews for the procurement manager, in which we successfully selected a manager. We introduced him this morning, Mr. John Billison. Also continuing conducting the bi-weekly meetings with the following departments for catch-up, and we discussed priorities, emerging issues, and noteworthy dates for progress review, and that was done for procurement and HR in the month of January, and that continues with all the departments going forward in February. Procurement policy revision, we did have one work session in January to address the additional revisions to continue to strengthen the policy guidance as discussed during the December BOC meeting. So right now, in progress, we're currently working on the transition of that with our procurement manager. And so they will be taking this task on and meeting with their team to add the additional revisions that the board had requested in December. Continuing to participate in the implementation of the Navajo Nation CAP in terms of providing updates and review the strategies to meet milestones in terms of training and policy revisions that are taking place, as well as reviewing the assessments that were done within that CAP. Again, we attended the winter meeting. As for admin, our involvement in that was preparing for the procurement policy revision training, and then also attending the IT operations branch P-Drive meeting that was discussed earlier in operations branch report in regards to reviewing logistics of accessing documents for the procurement department. And so Ernest mentioned that that's going to be rolled out in Nextcloud. And so the next steps is just awaiting the timeline of when that will be implemented 100%. So also conducting final review for employee performance evaluation for all admin branch supervisors for HR submission. That was kind of hindered during the IT cyber attack, but now that we are up and going, we will continue to complete that task. Also participated in the 2021 IHP planning meeting in terms of reviewing the dates and expectations from NHA departments and how proposals would be submitted this past month in February. Going on to departments, as far as risk management, they continue to coordinate and work with the procurement department in awarding 31 small purchase awards for their claims requisitions that were in queue and in the process. And then they also received 5 new claims in January in terms of property, property and auto. As far as safety department, the manager position continues to be vacant, and right now we're pending approval, but also working with the HR department to reflect the new job reclassification of the coordinator to manager on the organizational chart so that we can move that forward. So that's in progress. As far as the safety trainings for the month of January, they completed the safety orientation for all temporary maintenance. Looks like they had 2 sessions of that, and they continue to move forward with CPR, first aid, AED, active shooter, vehicle, and emergency preparedness. But I believe this particular session had to be canceled due to the number of attendees that were going to be there. And then also in coordination with the maintenance department,
They did go out and do vehicle safety inspections at all 15 maintenance offices. Currently in progress, they continue to review and finalize the draft of the emergency response plan for the organization and the field offices. I had asked them to take a look at that, and so they're tasked in getting that done as far as how we're going to move forward by the end of March, so that training can start from there. Also, safety did send out NHA notice on the coronavirus to NHA employees as far as precautions, where they can get more information, and then information about the virus itself. So that was sent out as well. Safety department did complete their SWOT analysis as part of their next phase of the internal safety assessment. So now what they're going to be doing is engaging with the employees and departments in terms of what their view is on safety and how to improve our safety program. So I believe that they're in the third phase of that particular assessment. Records management, records orientation. In terms of their goals for the year, they continue to provide orientation of the processes and roles in the record keeping process, and currently for the year they've trained 22 employees, so they're at 33% in terms of meeting their goal for the year. As far as record transfers, records transfer 2 total inactive boxes to the record storage facility. It looks like their goal right now is 338. The scanning project, the records team have prioritized the reconciliation of NHA records for scanning and have prepared 750 boxes and ledgers for the scanning shipment. And as far as the project deliverables for that scanning project, they're looking at 5,000 standard boxes and 1,100 ledgers. So to date, they're about 45% on the ledgers, and they're going to be sending quite a few, so that next month we'll see an increase on the boxes in terms of the percentage of completion for that. For human resources, in terms of recruitment activity for this month, we had 6 requisitions processed, 5 positions were advertised, 4 had to be re-advertised. They conducted 12 interviews for the month, but they overall received 91 applications. And as far as the recruitment activity, what has been filled for the month was 4 positions, and that encompassed of 4 total new employees to the organization. Therefore, there's no promotions or lateral transfers within the NHA. And as far as temporary maintenance technicians, 155 approved positions to hire. There you have a breakdown as to the percentages of each maintenance office in terms of who's at 100%, who's below 50 and 40, and I believe the HR department will have an updated report showing greater numbers as far as filling the capacities of each one of these positions in the February report. So a total of all the maintenance hires were at 51.3% as of the end of January. In addition, the HR department continues to collaborate and coordinate training with the SWONAP office. So training for Navajo Essentials, which was originally scheduled for January, actually was pushed back to March 10th to the 12th due to HUD, their scheduling efforts didn't fall through, so we had to reschedule that. The IHP APR training is scheduled for March 17th through the 18th. And a work plan is still in process with HUD to provide OMB circular training for March 25th and 26th, and I believe as of today that has been approved, so HUD will be on site the last week of March as well. And then going forward for 3rd and 4th quarter, they're currently working with HUD to solidify dates to bring these same trainings back another time to give other employees the opportunity to attend. As far as the procurement department, again, we welcome our new procurement manager, John Billison. We're excited to have him as part of our team. We've already discussed a lot of the goals and objectives for the department, and so he's currently working on those with his staff.
And then also, they participated in the Navajo Nation CAP presentation of the procurement policy conducted at the winter meeting. And right now, they're in the final stages of completing the final revision of the standard operating procedures and checklist for P-card. So that has been completed, and they've provided training on that in terms of the new standards of Navajo preference. They also focus on procurement activities in terms of the IT cyber attack with Ms. Quad, with the Fort Defiance compound, and IT department for Windrock. And in terms of completion, they've also completed professional legal services for both the BOC and NHAY. And for the month of January, looks like the total awards that was done was 1,286. And then 928 of that went to Indian preference, which all of it was Navajo business. So this particular chart will change now that we're recognizing Navajo preference, so the Indian preference will come out.
Okay.
So we'll be reflecting priority 1 and priority 2. So that will be updated coming this next month. As far as the monthly large purchase activity for the month of January, awarded was 8.2 million, which 6.3% went to Navajo, which in total is 78% of the overall awards. So we are going to go ahead and update this as well, take out Indian preference and reflect priority 1 and 2.
Question.
Commissioner Begay?
Where you're identifying priority 1 and 2 is off of the Navajo Nation BDR, right? BRD?
Yeah, the business
Okay.
regulatory.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So in terms of Fleet and Facilities Management Division, during the reporting period of January, the Grounds Improvement Project maintenance staff completed the work of replacing 2,000 feet of barbed wire fence with a 6-foot chain link fence on the north side of AZ 1257 in Windrock, and the fencing of this project area has greatly increased the appearance of the north side area for that particular subdivision. And what I didn't include in my report was Mr. Arviso's photos and summary report in the back of his report, just right before tab 5, if you guys want to take a look at that. In terms of the grounds improvement project, they continue to complete clearing high excess oil sand buildup in Kalani Lake. The fencing was about 90% covered with the sand, and with only about 1 foot of fencing that was visible. So since then, the crew has cleared all the sand and backfilled the PR units where it was needed in terms of erosion. So the Delcon maintenance is informed to obtain gravel to cover the backfilled areas of the public rental units in order to minimize the sand erosion. So Olin's crew will be checking up and assisting Delcon maintenance with that gravel project. In terms of facility maintenance, what we have there in terms of for the month of January, 108 work orders were completed by the facility specialists. 36 work orders, nothing pending, nothing active. So they work orders. They currently have 29 pending, which is going to carry over to February, which they had a total of 91 for the month, which their completion rate was 68% this past month. As far as property and supply, for the materials requisitions, they filled 430 requisitions totaling $65,190.13 for the month of January. And then as far as their property and supply order receipts, in terms of what was issued on purchase orders for the month of January, they received on one of them, which was a total of $6,985.44. So as you see, for the month of January and December, the numbers are particularly low, only because during the cyber attack, they had limited access to the Navigator system there. As far as fleet management, we have the totals as income generated. As far as the heavy equipment operator, NHA grounds was $1,088, fleet management $515,
and the private sector was $140 for a total of $1,743 for the month. And then in terms of the automotive summary totals, in terms of the summary of everything that was sent out of fleet management, which includes service and parts, was $896.01. As far as their in-house service and parts is $7,136.49. In terms of sums of labor and for the hours that they work on any particular vehicle, they're just tracking costs but not actually charging this. But the amount was $3,118.20 for a total of $11,150 for the month. And then also provided for your review is the activity dashboard for vehicles as far as distance traveled for the month, vehicle activity hours as far as the number of hours on average one vehicle is used, and then the speeding severity. Looks like the average for the month was 5.8 miles over the speed limit. And then as far as the vehicle idle time on average per day, it looks like the vehicle average idle time is 47 minutes. Upcoming NHA trainings, as I indicated before, for the HUD ONAP Navajo Essentials, they've all been scheduled for this next month in March. And then also the NIAC Crime Prevention Conference in Denver, Colorado. The Safety Department did attend that, and they will be providing an admin branch supervisor presentation and cross-training at the end of February, but it's actually beginning of March, as in terms of what information was taken away and what we can start implementing here as far as putting on our dashboard at NHA. For admin branch, we have no safety incidents. Other than a near miss. There's actually one near miss as far as almost slipping on the ice on the sidewalk of parking lot 2. I think this was last month. But since then, they have cleaned up the compound. Every morning, we're usually here very early. As far as major issues and concerns or recommendations, in terms of this report being in January, at the time, there was still no access to internet and navigator for 8 of the 9 departments within admin branch, but as of today, that has been greatly, significantly increased in terms of almost 70% of the departments having this access. As far as the work and travel schedule for the month of February, we have all of that listed there for your review in terms of detailing the schedule for admin for the month of February. So with that, this completes the admin branch's report.
Questions or comments from the board? Go ahead, Commissioner Begay, go ahead.
Just one, as I was looking in the HR report, you see that first one there that they are beginning to updating the org chart. I know that we currently have the corrected or the approved one, the organizational chart that was updated and approved back in 2011, and we currently don't have a current organizational chart to which we should be updating that to. So I think this one here should be on hold until our new CEO gets here. And with that, I would like to have the board to participate in this, because I recall back in October, September, we asked for analysis report from HR on each position, how many positions are currently needed, and what was the pros and cons of the buyout. And as you've seen and heard that, we're top heavy and our funding has decreased. No project has been implemented, no development. has been, in plans for now, and what can we sustain our personnel costs versus, a lot of these things. So I would request that we be a part of this as well and start looking at when the CEO gets here.
Thank you. Commissioner McKay.
I just don't, just one more comment. I just don't want us to go through this and then later on having to revamp the whole thing, and a lot of hard work is probably already being put into this. And I would like to have like all the chiefs, their input. The last time we seen it was in Albuquerque a couple months ago, and I really like the way Ms. Duncan put her reports together with the data that she reported on for each HMOs, how many positions based on the housing were there, so if we can please put that on hold.
Belinda, you have a comment?
Good afternoon, Board. Just for clarification, the organizational structure that we're updating now is just what NHA exists today, because the organizational structures have been from 2011. So from there to where we are today, we don't have an organizational structure that shows what we are today. So with that, it kind of hinders us now because
Commissioner McKay?
Well, what we do have one in place which was approved, and that's the one we should be, be going by, because those are approved, and somewhere down the way we started adding these positions and running with them when they don't actually are on the org chart. So in the first place, we should be operating by the one that's approved, regardless if it was in 2011.
I agree. So if that's the case,
Commissioners? Mr. Chair or Commissioner Lee?
Yeah, just from that statement from Commissioner McKay, I agree that we need to make sure that that's taken into consideration. I think the other thing too would be, as we're getting ready to bring in a new CEO, I would ask the board for either a directive that just says, while we're prepping for him to come in, that we freeze any moves with regards to changing the positions or elevating or decreasing anybody. I'd just like to keep exactly, what we've had been for the, let's say, go 30 days back and before anything's changed. I would recommend that that's just a good approach to make sure we don't have a bunch of people moving around right before we bring somebody brand new on to lead the organization.
So, Mr. Chair, so you're recommending a directive of a freeze in any changes to the organizational structure, even though the organizational structure as approved is as of 2011, and there should have been no changes to the organizational structure. So if there has been changes, those changes are not legitimate in my mind. So, Dwayne, do you have comments?
Just to add on.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, Dwayne. Mr. Chair?
I just want to clarify, so that organizational chart from 2011 should be adhered to, but what I'm talking about is individuals moving from the positions from, A to B. Maybe they're approved, that's fine, but I'm just saying, let's keep everybody in place without moving, internally one person to the next. I don't know, I guess I'm not being clear on that. But internal moves. So say manager position A moving them from manager position A to supervisor A. And both those positions may be approved already, but I'm saying wait to change anything before we have somebody come in to take a look at these things.
So maybe we can ask our legal counsel to prepare that written directive so that we're clear in what we're saying by freeze. If that's something you can do, Martha.
No personnel action forms? Do you want to jump in?
Terry?
I guess just for further clarification, to include in that directive, if freeze means any additional hiring, because when I hear freeze, I'm thinking freeze across the board, we're not bringing any new person. I guess that's what I need clarification on.
So I think we can clarify that in the written directive, so if you could draft it, Martha, and then we could circulate that in the board, making sure that we're not being too restrictive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Belinda?
just a real quick clarification. So if, which will most likely be addressed in there is, so if we have any positions that are advertised currently that are not on the approved organizational chart, then we will no longer be advertising them.
Well, we shouldn't be if they're not on the approved
I just
organization
wanted
chart. Yeah. So we might want to have to look at that.
Okay. We'll look at them.
Okay. Sounds good, thank you. Dwayne?
So this is kind of what we were trying to figure out. There's been a lot of changes over the last since 9 years. So we're trying to get a grip on what is out there to change from the previous CEO. Say like an executive, it was AA or executive assistant, but it went to administrative executive administrator. Those positions were created,
That was
filled.
just temporary.
Those were created, filled, and put through there. Grants writers, special projects. So kind of going through what is it, what do we have in the structure now, what is not in there, and then what is filled, and what is, because we created veteran liaison, that's not even in there, but the project title is different. So what, from my understanding with Belinda's trying to look at what we have from 2011, what kind of chronologically document how that thing been changed in the years is what they were looking at. It's like a little evaluation, and then looking at what positions are they filled or are they not filled, because there's been a lot of add-ons since the 2011. Because 2014 they had that one change that they were going to do, but that never happened. So basically, she just wants to look what they're looking at is what is now, what titles have changed versus what the 2011 is. It's never been really documented that way.
Well, I think organizationally, you're not supposed to make a change to the org chart or hire unless the org chart has changed. The only thing that I remember since I've been here is creating a temporary executive administrator position. That was meant for a high-level doer with a bachelor's degree and all of that stuff. But maybe, Belinda, you could help us evaluate all of those changes, because just because they exist, that doesn't mean that it's going to be in the org chart.
Sure, and that's part of our analysis as well, is to show what it was in 11 to where it is today. These are new positions that somehow within the past 10 years, they've been added on to somewhere between 11 to today.
Yeah.
These have been added in there, not to mention like maintenance supervisors. Remember, we decentralized. So we didn't have 15 maintenance supervisors. So now we do. So we need to come up with a timeline of when these positions were added.
Right, and the authority.
Yes, and then to kind of give you guys an understanding of, we went from this number of positions to where we are today. So that, you see the bigger picture.
Yeah, we probably should see that.
And it's not so much to get them going and say that this is what we're going to approve, but you need to see the entire picture.
For sure. Okay, great. Sounds good. So, Mr. Chair, I think a little bit adding to the directive is also to receive this analysis of how the organizational structure exists and how it coincides or doesn't coincide with the approved org chart, which is 2011.
Right, I believe that'd be very helpful. In addition, we're getting ready to sit down and go over that HR consultant recommendations, and I think that ties into the bigger picture of everything we're trying to accomplish.
Right.
So thank you.
Okay, great. Further comments, questions for Ms. Cook? Well, I do. So, if I may,
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Lee, yeah, go ahead, I'll reserve mine. Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
I think freezing the bonuses and any kind of increases to the pay structure until the CEO is in place in 2 weeks, that is not a long term for us to have to stop and pause until the new person's in place to do an evaluation of all that. You know, we had a flurry of these things the last time we brought in the CEO, and I wholeheartedly would like to stop that until we get a CEO in place to evaluate all of those situations. And, yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, I believe that will be included in this directive. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lee. So my question for you, Terry, is when you report maintenance orders, are there standing work orders that maintenance personnel are supposed to be performing, and is that what this means? Or is this when a tenant calls and says, I need this?
I guess for clarification purposes, when we talk about work orders, these are not tenant related.
Okay,
This is all NHA buildings and facilities. So if they're going in to do their daily maintenance of it, they include it in as a work order for the building as a whole, even though there might be 10 subtasks under that one particular work order.
So there's planned and regular maintenance on a monthly basis.
Right.
That they're, so these are like milestones every month or
Right.
tasks every month that are normal and usual?
Mhm.
Okay, all right, sounds good, thank you. Talk about O&M, right, of our own buildings. Okay, all right. I'll ask again, comments or questions for Ms. Cook?
No further comment from me?
Okay. All right. We go further.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
Question.
Lee? Yes, sir, go ahead.
I need some clarification on the HR report, employee relations. There's, in those sentences there's a number figure, and then within brackets, there's another number. The two numbers are not the same. I'm wondering what is going on with that numbering. Employee relations, HR report.
Employee relations. Terry, can you answer that, or you want to defer?
For this particular section, just for clarification, what Mr. Lee's talking about is we're saying that HR received 1, but in parentheses, there's 2. And for B, it's saying they're working on 7, but in parentheses, you have 5. And then HR assisted 5, but in parentheses, there's 8. So, Ms. Rhones-Force did mention it's an error on her part. So is it the written number, or is it the number in parentheses?
I wish I had the page.
Oh, yeah.
So, Commissioner Lee, the correct number is the number in parentheses.
Sorry about that. What page are you on?
I am on, there's no page number. No, page 5. Item 5 in the HR report, the actual HR.
Oh, okay, item 5.
E5.
E5.
Second to the last page.
HR report. There's no page number.
Can you add page numbers?
Okay, I thought I had it right, okay. Oh, yeah, 758, okay, okay. That was a good catch, Commissioner Lee, yeah. Okay, I don't hear any more comments or questions, Carrie, so.
Is this supposed to be 05? No, it's 7.
It's a good deal. I think we're done then.
Okay.
All right.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Madam Vice Chair, I'd like a motion to adopt the reports as stated, with the notation that financial services branch will make theirs in executive session.
Yes, sir. Do I hear a second to adopt the reports, except for number 4 from Ms. Long, and her report will go in executive session.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. We have a motion to approve the reports from Chairman Beecher, a second by Commissioner Lee. All those in favor of adopting the reports as heard, say aye.
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 Any nays? Abstentions?
Abstention.
That's really awkward. The motion is approved. We have adopted the reports. Chair not voting. Okay. So we are in review and approve resolutions. Number 1.
Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to motion to review NHA 49532020, approving an amendment to the NHA travel policy.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion to, did you say review, just review, Mr. Chair?
That's correct.
Okay. Motion to review NHA 4953-2020 from Chairman Beecher and seconded by Commissioner Begay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposing, abstentions? We're going to review the resolution. Dwayne?
This resolution was created by Kathy Long's office, and so I'm going to turn it over to them. She chaired the meetings with the committee.
Okay. Kathy?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chiefs, and staff. Before you is Resolution NHA 4953-2020, approving amendment to the NHA travel policy. That's going to be on tab 6. We have the first one with the revisions, which is Exhibit A, and Exhibit B is the clean copy. So going to the first page, the cover sheet, we'll be amending with today's date if approved, as of February. Then we go to the table of contents to page 3. We're making some changes there from part 7 to page number 19, and then adding part 8, changing from definitions to travel-related purchases on page 3. We're adding A, B, and C to page 20, which is for purpose general rule types of expenses covered, and adding part 9 for definitions. So on to page 4, under the general provisions for introduction, the changes that were being made is changing from intent of travel policy, that paragraph, moving that up to purpose, so it'll read, this policy incorporates federal mandatory provisions and represent the NHA's official travel policy. We're going to strike out policies, procedures, and allowance and keep guidelines, and then adding the BOC and employees shall read and understand and adhere to the travel policy. New language is to be governing policies. The use of the travel policy shall be consistent with the following regulations and policy. We have A, B, C, D, and E. A is going to be NHA Human Resources Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual. B, NHA Vehicle Policy. C, NHA Purchase Card, P-Card Policy. D, 2 CFR 225 Cost Principle for Federal Awards. E is Code of Ethics and Conduct Policies and Procedures. And then on to intent of travel. So changes are A1, 2, and now it'll be A3. striking out that paragraph there, which goes up to purpose, and then going down to the bottom, A, B, C, D, taking out NHA consultants, and then adding D as an explanation, elected officials, and striking out or their authorized designees. On to page 5. So we're going from E to F, changing F and G to E to F, adding amendment. We're striking out management and with the new language of the Chief Executive Officer. Under authorization and responsibilities under B, under 1, requirement for travel authorization, striking out the first A, which is the Chief Executive Officer shall assign travel authorization for the BOC, adding the new A, where employees shall use NHA vehicle to conduct NHA business as a primary method of conducting business. So the new language is as a primary method of conducting business. And then the last part of that paragraph is we're going to include new language as to approval by the respective supervisors following the chain of command and leaving branch chief there. Under B1B, taking out the CEO. This is in regards to lodging arrangements, and all of that will be CFO will be approving prior to travel, changing the letters from A, B, C, D, and E, no longer A, B, C, D, E, and F. Onto page 6, under responsibilities, under 3B, we're going to include new language for the chairperson or the vice chairperson of BOC. So we're adding the new language as the vice chairperson. Under 3C, we're striking out executive, the chief executive officer. We're adding new language to be the CFO to approve the BOC travel authorization travel expense report. Under responsibility 3D, all supervisors are responsible for reviewing and approving, striking out acknowledging. Under 3E, striking out fiscal specialist and division by adding new language of accounting department. And then to the next sentence, final approval of travel advance rests with the fiscal manager, not the fiscal coordinator. So striking out coordinator and of course changing to accounting department and striking out authorized approved official. On to supervisors are responsible for under F, striking out shall ensure NHA employee use NHA vehicles, conduct NHA business. On to page 7. Page 7, under F, under 7, assisting the accounting department, we're going to be striking out the and division and keeping it under department. Striking out 8, monitoring NHA vehicle excessive mileage, reviewing the monthly mileage log to the travel authorization. This will ensure no excessive mileage or unauthorized use of NHA vehicle is being done with exception of emergency situations, which must be sufficiently documented. That will be a strikeout. Under G7, submitting a detailed new language is adding a detailed travel expense report. 8, taking out division and adding department for accounting. On page 8, under guidelines for supervisors, under letter H, on 1, we will also include Skype and go-to meetings and take out the word don't and keep do not. Under 2, we're striking out if an NHA vehicle is limited unavailable per fleet manager or POV can be used. Justification needs to be approved by the respective branch chief. Adding 3, 4. Under 4, we have new language of supervisors shall determine cost feasible based on the number of training requests on the same subject matter in collaboration with HR. So those are the new language. And then also department supervisors will seek on-site training. So new will be department and supervisors. And then just change in letters or numbers. And the last part on 7, training and meetings shall be held at available NHA conference room or local venue. So we're striking out at the NHA Central and or Department Housing Management Office. So just kind of keep it to NHA as a whole. At the bottom part of page 8, under compensatory time while on travel, under 1, That's going to be strikeout. A traveler may accumulate comp time while en route either to or from their travel destination using an NHA vehicle. A traveler may request compensatory time for their supervisor if they are physically sitting within a classroom or a conference on a non-work or beyond the normal 8-work-hour day. So we changed new language to compensatory time shall only be approved for actual hours worked with proper justification. Meals, rest periods, or travel time is not considered actual hours worked. So we're striking out not to be approved for, and then while being compensated on a per diem basis. And then we're also striking out maintenance personnel are not eligible for comp time, therefore they will need to make prior arrangement. But we're to the next page. Their supervisors require approval if they're going to request monetary compensation. On page 9, under travel, under 1, travel authorization B, we're adding new language for a detailed trip report, and all amendments shall be approved and initialed. So we're adding new language as for the branch chief to initial. Under 2, mandated travel, under B1, we're asking or having a new language from 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And then under 2, we're changing accounting department, accounting division to department, and that's going to be throughout the whole policy. Under travel 2, 3, new language is if the travel authorizations are not submitted to the accounting department 5 days in advance, the traveler will have to submit their travel authorization as actual and will be reimbursed after final submission of their travel authorization with a detailed trip report. Under 3, unplanned or emergency travel, we're striking out by administrative assistant. And we're also adding number 4, under Navajo Nation elected officials is a new language. Officials that are authorized and funded to conduct business on behalf of NHA shall adhere to this policy by written agreement. Under Part 3, transportation, under general, number 2, local transportation while on travel status, we're adding new language to Uber or rideshare. And on the bottom of page 10, 3, return to official stations due to illness or injury. We're just changing the en route to E instead of I. On page 11, routing of travel, number 4, all travel shall be the most economical and direct. So we're including new language to direct and safest route. 4B, direct and safest route, so to be the same, new language. Number 5, reporting accidents. Here we're striking out NHA furnish, so it'll read accidents which occurred while operating a vehicle during the conduct of official business shall be reported immediately to the local police, and we're adding new language as immediate supervisor and the NHA risk management department and striking out compliance coordinator. Under 7, passengers, we're adding as an employee operating an NHA motor vehicle on official business shall only, and striking out not, transport passengers that are conducting NHA business. So we're striking out except when the passenger is an NHA, and also striking out are any individual listed in Part 1, Section A3 conducting official business with the NHA. Under 8, authorized transportation methods, we're adding new language for rideshare using mobile application as part of the transportation method. Number 9, selecting method of transportation. We're including new language which will read, including per diem overtime for maintenance personnel only. So that's going to be a new language for maintenance personnel only for overtime on the bottom of that. Page 11, we're striking out travel by privately owned vehicle shall only be approved if there is no NHA vehicle available. The employee shall submit required cost analysis comparing the total travel cost of vehicle and travel versus the total cost of air travel or other method of transportation. Such as an analysis shall be submitted to and approved by the CFO with the travel authorization prior to the date of travel, anticipated travel expense, lodging per diem, parking fees, etc., and staff time shall be included in the cost analysis. So we're striking that out, but we're putting that under B, use of common carrier transportation under 1-2, so that we're just moving that over. And then we're just changing the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And on page 13, C, use of taxi cabs. To number 2, to and from carrier terminals. On plus tips, we're adding new language not to exceed 18%. Under D, 2, excessive mileage, we're asking for a new language for 10, a detailed trip report, and just adding parentheses 10, the number 10. For E, use of privately owned vehicle, we're adding new language as while on travel status. So under E1, requirements, we are striking out such use as advantageous to the NHA and approved by the respective branch chief. This shall be preceded by a decision that a common carrier. So now it's going to read the use of privately owned vehicle POV for official travel shall be authorized only when an NHA vehicle is not available. The respective branch chief for BOC members on official travel using POV for the NHA authorization will be approved by the chief financial officer. E1A, we're striking that out. The permissive use of privately owned vehicle when an employee uses a privately owned vehicle as a matter of personal preference and such use is compatible with the performance of official business, such use may be approved provided that reimbursement is limited to actual business. And then under E1A, we're including or BOC as a new language, that the NHA shall not be liable for any physical damage to an employee's or BOC's privately owned vehicle used in carrying out NHA business. Under 2, reimbursement rules, for A1, we're adding new language, which is to utilize the Rand McNally shall be used to calculate the round trip mileage. We're striking out determine to and mileage. We're adding under 2 reimbursement rule number 2, striking out fees and putting behind, so we'll read reimbursement for parking and bridge fees, and we can add 1. Under B, mileage rates, we're striking out 1 and 2 and part of 1, was that 1? It's supposed to be 1, 2, and 3. So the new one is going to have the BOC reimbursable rate is the current GSA rate. So the first one is going to be strikeouts when an NHA vehicle is unavailable from the NHA fleet stock as verified by the fleet manager. Reimbursement shall be at the government GSA rate if government-owned automobile is not available rate. So this is kind of redundant throughout the policy, so that's a strikeout. Adding a temporary or new employee who has not obtained their NHA's driver's permit, their reimbursement rate is a current GSA privately owned automobile rate. And currently have issues with employees that do not have their NHA permit, so we added that as a new language. A regular employee reimbursement rate is a current GSA government furnished automobile rate is new. Under C, reimbursement when POV used in lieu of common carrier, we're adding new, which is when an NHA vehicle is unavailable. So we're striking out as a matter of personal preference, and that's on page 15. On page 16, under insurance coverage, under 3, on letter C, we're striking out accident, and it's going to read personal insurance coverage. Personal vehicle insurance coverage is a personal expense and is not reimbursable by the NHA. Under 5, payments and reimbursements, we have A, B, and C.
Vice Chair, I got a question here.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Lay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Under section F, number 3A, the first line says general commercial vehicle rental contracts generally include full insurance coverage for property damage, personal injury, or death to lessee. That's incorrect. You know, the insurance coverages, it's a selection the person has to make on the spot whether or not they're going to take that coverage. Otherwise, you have no coverage, and your coverage is only going to be carried under your own insurance plan, personal, if you have that as part of your plan. That first sentence is incorrect. If this sentence means to say that coverage is required in renting a vehicle, then the person renting the vehicle must choose that option when renting the car. That's all.
Terry? What does it say under risk management policy?
In terms of risk management policy, it doesn't cover, I don't believe I think it does cover rented vehicles under NHA, but in terms of additional insurance, he is right. This isn't correct. Because when you do go to rent, you're on your own to purchase additional insurance. Which in this case, risk asks that you have your own personal insurance coverage, which isn't reimbursable by the NHA. Personal insurance. Yeah.
So that's where the letter C comes in, right? Personal insurance coverage, personal vehicle insurance coverage is a personal expense that's not reimbursable by the NHA.
Right, yes.
So if an employee were to get, to get personal insurance coverage, it would be their own expense and not being reimbursable by NHA.
Well, it should indicate that the corporate risk management or insurance coverage covers the vehicle rental so that they don't have to get additional coverages unless they elect to. If they do, then it's their own responsibility. I think that's unclear here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So that one wasn't changed under 3A, so you don't have the...
I don't have the policy right with me, but I can look it up.
Well, Madam Vice Chair.
Commissioner Lee.
When I get the rental vehicle, when I come in for the meetings, I select the coverage there with whatever company is giving me the rental vehicle. And that's in compliance with this section A here, where that option's available. This statement just kind of assumes it's already part of the package, but you just have to select it, and that's what I do when I get the rental vehicle. Also, when us BOC are traveling on NHA business, there's no life insurance coverage for us if we happen to die while we're performing something for NHA, I believe. If risk management can clear that up, I'd like to know if we have life insurance when we're conducting activities for NHA.
Or that we get reimbursed. Is that what you're saying, Commissioner Lee?
Like, we're going to be, Kris is going to be flying to Washington, D.C. Our former employers, if I'm involved in business on their behalf, I would be covered by life insurance because I'm performing activities for the company. I would think that there's coverage in place that would cover the BOC when we're having to travel around on NHA business and we happen to lose our life or limb in the process of carrying out activities for NHA. I'm all for volunteering my time and all that, but I don't want to volunteer my life for my bodies or limbs, free without making sure we got insurance coverage on the BOC.
Well, Chairman, or Commissioner Lee, that's a valid question. Dwayne, are you familiar with life insurance coverage for board members? Because it seems like in the general policy, NHA employees traveling are covered in more ways than one.
From the insurance side of it, I'm not definite, but I know that on the company, the full-time employment individuals have life insurance.
That's errors and omissions, right?
Probably touch base with Sharon.
But that's errors and omissions, that's not life.
No, this is just going through. I just had a meeting with them.
So Terry, if we could get that
Yeah, we can get it
evaluated.
clear.
Yeah, okay. For clarification, appreciate that. Okay, Kathy, so there's some discrepancies in this section here.
So we're going to have to go back to under insurance coverage, because under 3A under general says commercial vehicle rental contracts include full insurance coverage for property damage, personal injury or death to lessee, physical damage to the rented vehicle, however, it usually includes a deductible amount specified in the rental contract for which a lessee NHA is responsible. Where physical damage is sustained on a rented vehicle, risk management shall determine whether the NHA or employee is responsible for the deductible in accordance with the personnel policies and procedures. So, B says additional vehicle insurance coverage is not needed when traveling on a travel authorization. C, personal insurance coverage. Personal vehicle insurance coverage is a personal expense, is not reimbursable by the NHA. So reading the policy that Ms. Cook just shared, under our automobile, we just have a liability coverage. So that's what she's reading and sharing.
So for this particular portion, we can get detailed information in terms of our risk management, and then also with our broker in terms of how this information is reflected in the policy.
That would be good clarification so that we can finalize this policy. Okay.
So let me go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, on page 16, payment and reimbursement number 5, there's A, B, A. So what we did was did a strike down A and B and combined it, and so now it reads under A, advance or reimbursement, attach the rental confirmation to the travel authorization to request an advance, indicate on the TA the rental confirmation estimate amount. Original receipt will need to be provided as an attachment to the travel expense report to support the advance and the claim for reimbursement. The supporting document must show that the employee is liable for the cost. So we're striking out the RDP process on that, which is B. On page 17, under Part 5, payment for meals, incidental expenses and lodging, introduction. Under 2, approving official responsibility. Under B, we're striking that out. Establish cost experience in the localities where lodging and meals are required. And so now it's going to be read 1, 2, A and B. Under 3, traveler's responsibility, we're just underlining, which will be any payment required for unused room reservation is the responsibility of the traveler, and striking out R. On page 18, which is under B, methods of reimbursement, under maximum per diem rates not to be exceeded, we're striking out A, which is meals, and we're going to be combining that under lodging and meals. So meals, the strikeout is going to be a traveler must be in travel status for at least 24 hours and travel must be to a location 40 miles or more one way from point of residence or the official duty station to be eligible for reimbursement of travel expenses. So it'll be a new A, lodging and meals. A traveler must be on travel status for at least 24 hours and travel must be more than 75 miles away from point of residence or, so that's going to be a new language.
Webster, I got a question.
Commissioner Lee.
Mr. Lee. Under Part 4, payment of expenses connected with the death of an employee, Section A, stating that NHA will set forth allowable expenses, authorizing the preparation and transportation of the body of an employee whose death occurs while on official travel. Are we defined as employees within this document, members of the BOC, so that our body can be transported after death? Question.
Yes. Yes.
They're not.
An employee, the definitions.
The definitions are on page 23. Go to meetings only.
Okay.
Don't get sad, everybody, I'm still alive.
Okay, on page 23, under definition, C, employee, an employee of the Navajo Housing Authority who receives a salary or other form of periodic compensation from the NHA excluding consultants and/or contractors.
So, Martha, on that note, in your previous experience, how is travel and insurance, namely life insurance, handled? Is that something that we ought to buy, or does the organization pay for it?
I have not seen any boards carry life insurance, but I don't recall that it ever came up. What I have seen is much stronger insurance requirements and indemnification. So if you get sued, you aren't putting your personal assets.
They're covered under that, like tribal management decisions, or like the board, they're covered under that in terms of our policy. But I'm not clear on the
Insurance.
on life insurance, or as VOC covers.
You're cloaked with sovereign immunity. You'll also be cloaked with the Navajo Nation's insurance. Are you in Navajo Nation's insurance?
No.
Okay, you'll be cloaked by NHA's insurance because you're saying they're in, right? For sure for liability.
Yeah.
Not for intentional acts. So
Yeah.
if you try to run over your ex-girlfriend with your truck, there's no coverage that she can procure for you for that. But your indemnification provisions are definitely weak.
Week?
We drafted some for another enterprise, and we did it in conjunction with another enterprise's council, so we could just deal with this. Because everybody's, all directors' assets, personal assets were at risk unless we strengthened the indemnification provisions.
Okay. Commissioner Lee?
Yes, are you there?
We are here. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
I'm sorry, there's even a delay when I press the button. Yes, I can see you.
Okay, all right.
I just wanted to make mention that there's instances where this document uses the word staff, and I don't know that that's defined anywhere, but probably a substitution of employee for the word staff would be better in this document to be consistent throughout.
Kathy? Yeah, he's recommending replacing staff if there's that wording used with employees, so I just want to know where that's at. Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Okay, continue, Kathy.
Okay, page 18, lodging and meals. Letter A, a traveler must be on travel status for at least 24 hours. I did that one?
You did.
Okay.
You said 40 instead of 75, but we agreed 75.
Okay. Per diem 2, we're changing or adding new language to meals, lodging, and incidental expenses. 2A, we're adding new language to total traveling exceeding 24 hours, and accounting department from division. Page 19, still under methods of reimbursement, under 2 per diem E, we're adding OCONUS. F, written justification. Here we're adding new language prior to travel. Striking out, forgot what I was going to say, the word. We're striking out written justification shall be provided and adding new language as unapproved. So it's going to read, request for reimbursement of lodging above the maximum allowable rate will be allowed only upon Approval by the CFO prior to travel and where the training conference sponsor has blocked rooms at a specific hotel for the training. And unapproved lodging expenses exceeding the federal per diem rate shall be paid by the employee. For the BOC, it shall be by the CFO to consider and approve. Under C, interruption of per diem, entitlement, 1, leave and non-work days. We're adding new language for illness or injury. And that's going to be basically carrying over from page 20 under illness or injury. 2, so it's not going to be under B, illness or injury. 1, continuation of per diem whenever a traveler takes leave of absence of any kind because of being incapacitated due to his or her illness or injuries not due to his or her own misconduct, the prescribed per diem shall be continued. 2, evidence of illness or injury not required. Evidence of the illness or injury is not required to be submitted with the travel expense report, but the type of leave and its duration must be shown on the travel expense report. 3, illness requiring hospitalization. If while on travel status the traveler received hospitalization, the per diem allowance shall not be paid for the period hospitalized, and if paid, NHA shall recoup payment from the traveler. And bottom of page 19, I'm striking out leave within 1 day. Leave taken during travel, per diem for meals and lodging will be excluded for the day of leave. So page 20, basically stated is under B now as under illness or injury. The bottom of page 20, part 6, travel advances, under A, general rule, changing that to from accounting division to treasury management department.
Kathy, I have a question, not to be funny or anything, but so what if somebody gets arrested and thrown in jail? I know that there have been historical instances where BOC members were put in that situation, or employees, say in Vegas. I mean, you find it out, aren't they also liable because you're talking about someone being hospitalized and having to pay back? But what about the arrestee? You know, it's a fair question.
It would be the same.
It'd be the same?
Yes.
Okay. So, I know it's happened more than once.
Okay, to page 21. Under part 6, travel advances, B, under letter B, 2B. We're changing the accounting division to department, striking out and will furnish the approving official with written changes covering additions and or deletions to be made to the delinquent account listing. Under number 6, striking out are not eligible for travel advances. So that's for temporary employees. So temporary employees, exceptions may be made for special circumstances and upon written approval by the CEO. So here it states that they were not eligible for travel advances, but the new language will read that they will be based on the CEO. On the bottom of page 21, part 7, travel expense report, we're asking for new language for a detailed trip report. The same on page 22. Under B, fraudulent claims, on top of page 22, we're just striking out the administration of discipline based on the table of penalties. Under letter C, administrative approval of travel expense report. Letter D, administrative suspension, changing from accounting division to department. On the bottom of page 22, part 8, striking out definition but adding new language for travel-related purchases. A, B, and C are all new. Purpose, P card used for sole purpose of minimizing the use of personal funds to pay for the official NHA travel costs. B, general rule for the use of P card for travel. The P card shall only be utilized by the P card holder. B1, travel authorization form must be approved prior to authorizing charges to your P card. C, types of expenses cover, not all inclusive lists. 1 is registration fees, 2 airline tickets.
Kathy, can you go back to 6, page 21?
Okay.
Notice temporary employees, and then the rest of that sentence is stricken. Is there a replacement for the strikeout?
Under temporary employees?
Yeah, see how it just says,
Yeah.
is temporary employees the title?
Yes. No, it's part of travel advances, general rule.
No, read the sentence.
Just
Okay,
says
temporary employees.
It just says
Period.
temporary employees, period.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because before, it relates to the travel reimbursement, or not for them to have travel advance, but now it's going to be allowed for them to have travel advance based on the CEO's approval.
So should they say temporary employees are eligible for travel advances? Should that be the whole sentence?
Well, it was
Am I
there.
reading it wrong?
Yeah, no, it was there. It says are not eligible.
Number 6.
Number 6? Do you see what I'm saying? It just, so if you
Yeah,
were
it's
to
just
strike it out, okay.
It's an incomplete sentence. She's just saying, you see, temporary employees, period.
Yes, temporary employees, period. So should just read temporary employees, maybe a new section for that then?
Well, that's my question.
Yes, we could do that.
Just put are
Okay. Okay, we could do that. Maybe eligible for travel
There you go,
advances.
yeah, that's what,
Okay.
okay. I
Gotcha.
know it's the end of the day. That's fine, thank you.
So you just strike out not.
So you're just striking out not?
Are not.
The word not.
So, or read temporary employees may be eligible
Oh,
for
maybe,
travel
yeah.
advances. Maybe,
Okay. All right.
maybe.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, on top of page 23, types of expenses covered continued. 3, lodging accommodation, 4, taxis, 5, parking fees, 6, luggage fees, and then definitions under number 9, we're adding that. We're just adding 9 for definitions. And those were all the changes and revisions for the travel policy.
So how are you proposing to address the issues surrounding insurance? You want to fix it now or come back later?
Madam Vice Chair,
Mr. Chair?
I think that particular part of life insurance is complicated enough. We're probably going to want to make sure we sit down and do a thorough examination of how they all interact and just come up with a secondary policy, or I mean, not a secondary policy, a secondary resolution that incorporates those changes into this. And then I think with regards to passing this today, I think it should be fine. I think the only thing would be that technical amendment, which we can instruct legal counsel when they finalize it, they can just make the technical amendment that changes anything that says staff to employee to make it more uniform. Because anytime that you're going to look at a contract like that, it's going to, if you make a difference, that means there's supposed to be some sort of difference. And if there's no difference, we need to change it back to either say all say employee or something like that.
Terry?
I was just gonna add, in response to your question, I've asked risk management to get out our binding insurance coverage so we can take a look at this and probably review it with legal to make sure that it's all consistent. And in terms of answering the question of what Commissioner Lee had asked in terms of while BOC is on travel, to encompass all of that, and we should be able to provide a response to you all by Friday.
So are you comfortable with Chairman Beecher's recommendation to pass with the idea that we have some technical amendments to make, or is it too technical? Martha, what do you think? BOC doesn't travel until we fix it.
But the question is life insurance, right?
Are they covered?
Yeah, we're not prepared to amend this document yet without that answer.
Right.
If it's an available add-on or if it's included somehow. I doubt it's included though for the board.
Not as employees.
Yeah. So we're happy to say it's unlikely the Board of Commissioners is included with life insurance.
That's
even on travel.
Okay, can I?
Terry, go ahead.
So in terms of the policy itself, I think what the question was in terms of the vehicle insurance coverage. And so I think that's where we're saying we can leave that as is, but there was additional questions outside of the travel policy that needed to be answered in terms of life insurance coverage and how those details work. On that portion, that to me, that's a separate inquiry resulting the review of this. So I can review with our risk manager, looking at the insurance coverages with our broker and legal counsel in terms of what covers the board. I think those were the questions that Commissioner Lee had.
Or what could cover the board,
Yeah.
just in case.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Dwayne, you had a comment?
I think, well, for the employee portion of it, they do have with our benefits, that's where the insurance is covered. But I think for the board portion of it, there's no benefits taken out of anything like the payments for stipend. So that's something that it's already kind of laid out with how RIS is buying insurance for the employees, because that's part of the benefit packet.
Right, I agree. They're probably not covered.
We're not, the board isn't covered there.
Right.
So, but you gotta probably need to look at the insurance policies that we do have where, say like signature bondings and approvals, we have that purchased as part of the insurance for the board.
They probably have errors and omissions, I haven't read it, but I would guess they have errors and omissions coverage, as well as sovereign immunity.
So I want to say, I don't have the detail, I just have a real quick summary here. There is the business travel coverage. However, I want to be sure. And I want to say, I'm pretty sure the board is covered, but I want to, in terms of business on behalf of NHA travel, but I want to be sure.
What we could do is,
But they don't have their cards, right? So Commissioner Lee doesn't get to, when he rents a car, he doesn't get to show them his proof of insurance like the interim CEO does, right? They have an NHA proof of insurance card, right?
Which is an NHA vehicle.
For the vehicle,
But not for car rental.
So when we rent, we have the option of selecting insurance for that rental.
Right.
But that's utilizing your own personal insurance.
Yeah.
So I remember when I was a board member, we just did it and then I sought reimbursement for that additional insurance we purchased.
Paid for it, yeah.
But we went ahead and purchased it.
And then got reimbursed. Yeah.
So that it's covered. Okay. Well, we'll look for.
Madam Vice Chair.
Commissioner Lee.
Yeah, that's what I do is I select that additional coverage when I do the rental. And Noreen can tell you, I just sent her my insurance card yesterday as she sent me the email requesting it. So, and I think all of us BOC probably submit insurance cards to Noreen for our personal insurance that we have for vehicles. That's all.
Make sure you're driving the vehicle with full coverage. Full coverage?
We have to, even as employees, if we're going to take our own POV, we have to supply our insurance.
Well, that's not my question. My question is the insurance with full coverage, not just liability.
Yeah.
There's a difference between the two. So, if your car's paid off, you're out of luck if you're doing NHA business. Yeah. Kathy?
Page 4, there was an error. Under 2 governing policies, letter D is supposed to be 2 CFR 200, not 225. 200.
Okay. Further comments or questions? Laverne?
On that page 4, I talked about the applicability of this particular policy. And it makes a clear distinction between employee and BOC, including the CEO and the elected official. So BOC, it's defining the applicability of the policy, and it doesn't, the way it's listed, the way it's written, it doesn't define BOC as a staff or as an employee. And that's why when you probably go back and talk to our insurance breaker, they're going to say BOC are not employees, because the contract that they have to render insurance is for employees, specifically employees, not elected official or BOC. The vehicle insurance, like you're saying, that's going to be, that one is already speaks for itself, and that would be very specifically directed to this policy. But you're exceeding the scope of the policy now to say, is NHA going to buy life insurance for their board members or elected officials? Then we're going beyond the scope of the policy. I think, and we're really not in a position to decide that. I think it's the insurance broker that's going to tell us what's available to us and what isn't available to the BOC or the NHA.
Well, the policy is travel. Whoever is conducting travel for NHA purposes, so the BOC does travel for NHA. I think there's applicability there. Now, you're saying something different, so I'm wondering if
No, I'm
they're...
saying BOC is not identified as staff or employee.
Right, right, but they travel for NHA. Okay, so, commissioners, I'll call for the question if you want to go ahead and approve it with conditions.
Well, can you clarify what the, I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair, can you clarify what the issue was on page 4?
Well, we went back to page 4 just to correct 2D, 2 CFR 200 and not 225, and then Laverne raised the issue that the BOC is not identified, or the applicability to the BOC for this policy is neither an employee or covered by insurance. So
I mean, for when I look at applicability, it says the provisions of this travel policy are applicable to official travel for the performance of business on behalf of the NHA by the following.
Right.
And we're right there on number C.
Right. I think the question was whether or not we had insurance coverages, like the life insurance question, and the additional coverages for.
I mean, I guess I would
Yeah.
look to Martha saying to me that if the policy right here in number 4 says it's applicable to us, then technically you would read that any life insurance that applies to the travel policy applies to those people right here, A, B, C, and D. That's the way I would read it, but I'll defer to Martha and what she thinks. But as far as my specific question, when it was with the rental car, now I don't usually use the rental car, but if I did and I had to rent a car, is it the policy in this particular policy? Do they want us to actually check the box and get the extra insurance and we get reimbursed for it because it doesn't necessarily fall within the normal insurance guidelines? Is that what they indicate? Is that what they want us to do?
Martha?
I would say verbally that's what they want you to do. I'm not sure that that's expressed in here where we identified that, where Mr. Commissioner Lee identified that that doesn't say, it doesn't expressly say that.
That would be my hope, identify that it says specifically, yes, you need to, anytime that you are going out, you rent a car or something, you need to get the full coverage on it.
But then, Chairman Beecher, Commissioner Lee also asked about being covered under life insurance for NHA travel purposes. And that's not indicated here in this travel policy. Dwayne? Oh, okay.
Actually, I believe there's no life insurance.
There's no life insurance.
In this travel policy.
Vice Chair?
Commissioner Lee?
I think I'd like some more clarification. This probably needs to be reviewed by legal again, because from what Laverne said, in the definitions of being an employee, we don't really, well, I guess in a way we qualify under the definition of getting periodic compensation from NHA if we regularly attend meetings. But to me, that's a strict definition of periodicness. But outside of that, if we're not employees, that whole section under the delivery of our body doesn't even apply to us. So we'd have to have our family cover the cost for transport of our remains back to wherever it needs to go. But I agree with the chairman that under applicability, it seems that we are covered there. So overall, I just find this document really, I don't know, covers everything and covers nothing for us. So if we had someone that we came in and talked with as we came in as BOC, who laid this all out for us and told us this is what you're covered by NHA at the very beginning, those questions would have been answered. That's all.
So what is the wish of the board on this resolution?
From my personal standpoint, I'm fine with passing it and then making any adjustments that you need, because most of the adjustments here definitely need to be changed. I don't see anything that would be detrimental. Obviously, we need some clarification on the life insurance part, but as for applicability of this and how this applies to us, it seems apparent, and if Martha's on the same boat, that this policy applies to us, then I'm fine with at least starting here and then making any needed adjustments in a secondary resolution. That'd be my personal opinion.
Madam Vice Chair, the easy fix is to add BOC right there where it says employees when we're talking about death of an employee. And you would just expressly add it and take this potential argument away.
So that means a change in the policy coverage?
No, it means on page 16, where it says employees, we just add and BOC members or whatever the other words are, and then we can all sleep at night.
There actually is a regarding the death of
Yes.
an employee, okay.
And how you get home.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I was thinking just overall. Okay. Can I hear a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lee, you had something, additional comments?
I was going to just say that I do support the recommendation of the chairman just to pass it, and then we make the changes to it as soon as possible. That's all.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Madam Vice Chair, I'd like a motion to approve the NHA resolution travel policy, NHA 4953-2020, which is approving the amendment to the NHA travel policy.
Thank you, sir. I have a motion to approve NHA Resolution 4953-2020. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lee. All those in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Nays? Abstentions? Hearing none, this resolution is approved. Thank you. Number 2, NHA 4954-2020. Do I have a motion to review?
Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to make a motion to review NHA 4954-2020, authorizing the Navajo Housing Authority to enter into an on-call architectural and engineering services agreement with Diane Murphy Architects, PC, for projects and planning and existing projects in the amount not to exceed $3 million.
Thank you.
I had the one.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion to review NHA-4954-2020. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Begay. All those in favor of review of this resolution, say aye.
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 All those hearing, or nays, abstentions, tongue-tied here. We are in review of this resolution. Dwayne?
I will turn this over to Mr. Franklin to give the details of the contractual services.
Okay, thank you. Ernest?
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners, Vice Chair, and Chairman. This resolution number 4954-2020 is for our architectural and engineering services agreement with Diane Murphy Architects. From October 14th through November 4th, 2019, the NHA Procurement Department solicited a request for proposal under RFP number 474 for on-call professional architectural and engineering services with qualified A&E firms in accordance with 24 CFR 1000.52. The on-call A&E service shall provide as needed AE pre-design, planning, feasibility studies, design development, construction documents, design review, master planning, project evaluation, construction administration, cost estimating, expert witness services, and other technical services necessary to support the existing proposed housing projects and other activities as tasked by NHA. This is a task-based contract, so that our need for this contract, we have an expenditure rate, our expenditure of $121 million in the current IHP, and of that 121 million, 86 million is for actual construction contracts that has to do with existing housing stock and or adding to our housing stock. And so with that amount of construction contracts, we're going to at the least need about $5.3 million worth of A&E services. So that's where this contract will help. Will extend our technical resources to help us administer or to plan and administer construction contracts and execute the projects that are listed on the IHP. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the commissioners?
Madam Vice Chair.
Chairman Beecher?
Yeah, Franklin, so obviously this is a not to exceed amount. Do we have projects already picked out for this particular service, or is this just as it said on call, we're going to utilize them when we need them?
We do have projects already selected, as I mentioned during my monthly report, that we have task orders already in line for this project. So what happens is we'll issue out the task orders to get responses back, and then we'll pick the most feasible or qualified response, and then issue a task order. So there are already projects listed on the IHP, and also and we are now entering into a new we're doing our new IHP proposal, so those will become part of the list of projects that we're going to be doing.
And what is there a time definition of how long this is in effect, or is it a monetary definition?
It's there is a time frame. I think we're supposed to do this within 3 years.
Okay, no further questions for me.
I have a question. So the advertised request doesn't indicate that you're gonna select the top 3, or, so now we selected 4, and of the 4, 3 are Indian preference and 1 isn't. So where did that selection of 4 come into play, and how was that considered in the process, since we have 1 non-Indian responsive and responsible? Shouldn't we just go with Native Indian preference only? Terry?
Okay. In terms of this particular solicitation, as I understand, there wasn't a definite number as to how many firms were going to be selected.
Okay.
But in terms that NHA was going to award multiple contracts. But again, then it wasn't say we're just going to take the top 3, 4. So in this case, in terms of the 4 that were selected for this particular contract, those 4 were the 4 highest rated firms at that time. And so Indian preference was, I guess, implemented or applied to all of the proposals that were received and evaluated. So based on the review and evaluation ratings, even without the Indian preference application to this one particular contractor that you're talking about that's non-native, they still rated in the top 4 amongst the whole group, and that includes, so all the rest that are Indian preference were given the preference point.
So is Navajo preference in effect with this, though it isn't still Indian preference?
This one is Indian preference because the solicitation took place prior to the adoption of the procurement policy. So the procurement provisions and regulations that apply to this was what was in place prior to what we approved December 19th.
Yeah. So from my government experience, when you have multiple vendors applying and you select multiple vendors, somewhere in the clause, they each get a percentage of what might be out there, so that we don't go and select that same vendor over time, that there's an even distribution of work in this time period that this work is needed. Is there something like that that applies?
As far as the same firm receiving work from the NHA, is that what you're talking about?
Well, you're assigning it. You got 4 that potentially could have a task that's assigned to them. From the government perspective, everyone has equal play.
Right.
And one can't get more than the other, especially the non-native. How do you control how these tasks are performed?
In terms of the in terms of the contract, I know how the task orders work is that they will provide all 4 firms the requests and requests for the task proposals depending on and how they evaluate it when they get back. So they'll look at if they're responsive to the request that the task that they're asking for in terms of the scope of work. And then 2 would be, is their cost in line with the internal cost estimate that was established from the NHA? So they'll go through the vetting process. And then the 3rd area that you're asking in terms of how do you spread the equity, I have not looked at the contract and I don't know, I can't say that the contract includes that in terms of making sure that the equity is spread between the 3. But I know that they do have the option of negotiating each one as the task order fees come in.
So if the board decided to go in with only 3, what would the outcome be?
Can I respond to that, as far as who gets assigned contracts?
what happens is, we have a contract register, and we keep track of who has what. And we have a running balance for each contractor. So if we do see that there's starting to be a more contract given to one entity, we'll look at the second best, we want to keep the load even, so that they have enough resources to dedicate their services to this project. So we will look at that as part of our evaluation. And that's kind of our own in-house process that we use to determine who gets what. And we do look at the proposals. One of the big things that we look at is how they're going to address their approach to the project and the expertise that they have on staff when it comes to certain things that we're going to be using for what services we're requiring. Like say we put out something for environmental, architectural service, archaeological services, things like that. We make sure that they have that resource as part of their listing of contracts. And if they don't, they have to inform us that these are the people that they're bringing on board to help to do the task at hand. And that's how we determine that. And we do our diligence. We find, because we pretty much know a lot of the resources that are out there. We just make sure that they are. And one of the other things we look at too is they list a lot of these A&E firms have subcontractors. So we notice that, and sometimes they're using the same subcontractor, and we're like, you're overloading your subcontractors on this. You have to make sure, we have to look for another, we have to make sure that you're still capable of providing the services that we're asking for within the time frame and within the costs that we're asking for.
But there should be.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
With regards to Mr. Franklin's comments, is that like an unwritten policy, or is there some sort of load, distribution written somewhere in policy with regards to how they are assigning work?
It's not a policy. It's a standard operating procedure that's been established by our contract analyst. She's the one that handles it and gives us information on the responses. She puts out the task orders, or task order requests, and then they respond. They have a special sheet, cost-based sheet, and then also an area where they describe their resources and their technical capabilities, and then she presents that to our senior development coordinators, and they in turn grade them and give them their feedback on which one they think is the best entity to handle the task at hand.
Thank you.
Terry, you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer your question in terms of, you're talking about what would happen in terms of changing results. And that review would have to go back to really looking at the procurement process itself in terms of what was written, how the review was done, because we want to be sure that we don't compromise, I guess, the integrity of that review process to open up NHA to any type of protests if there is no, I guess, justification as to why we would change it in the stage that we're in right now. So that's another thing that we'll have to consider as well,
So,
in terms of best interest of the organization.
That makes sense. So my question here is, if Navajo preference applies, there would only be 3 that was recommended, right?
If Navajo's preference would apply, it wouldn't necessarily, it may not change the results based on the new SOP now, because of course priority 1 would get, instead, and here they're all getting 15 points across the board. But if we went Navajo preference, then they'd be getting 10. So it would lessen the point structure, because priority 2 then receives 5. So there's a 5-point differential between priority 1 and 2 versus, so it would change the overall, I would think it would change the overall evaluation structure.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Commissioner Begay.
Is there a deadline or time frame to get these approved? Since that we do have the new procurement manager and see his thoughts and reviews and to go through each and every one of them. I don't know if that,
Our deadline is the IHP expenditure plan.
and when is that?
That's as of September 30th, we have to reach 121 million.
Terry.
I guess just looking at it now and thinking through, if we did add Navajo preference to this, all the Navajo preference vendors would be less 5 points across the board, right here. So for each individual rating by each evaluation committee member, it would all go down by 5.
Or they would get 5 more than a non-Indian contractor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that they're supposed to be rated, they're given Navajo preference. Right. Right, yeah, 5 points, which is more than a non-Navajo company, yeah.
And then in this case, when they got Indian preference, they actually got more over the non.
But there's no longer Indian preference if Navajo preference applies.
Right.
Right, okay, so, but in this case, Navajo preference isn't there yet.
Right.
Indian preference is, but I think that we are a Indian Navajo preference organization, so our results should be that way. If, you know, they meet all the requirements of the RFP and all of that, so. So just to make an announcement publicly here, I'm going to have to abstain my vote because I have a daughter that is an architect to be, and she works for one of these companies, so I'm going to abstain. Just be transparent. Any further comments or questions from the board?
I don't have any.
None.
So the wish of the board, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to motion to approve NHA Resolution 4954-2020.
We have a motion from Chairman Beecher to approve NHA Resolution 4954-2020. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lee. All those in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays? Abstentions, 1. This resolution is approved. Thank you. And I am the abstention for the record. Again, okay, thank you. All right, moving on to number 3, NHA-4955-2020. Motion to review.
Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to make a motion to review NHA 4955-2020. It's authorizing the Navajo Housing Authority to enter into an on-call architectural and engineering services agreement with AECOM Services, Inc. for projects in planning and existing projects in the amount not to exceed $3 million.
We have a motion to review NHA Resolution 4955-2020. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion by Chairman Beecher, seconded by Commissioner Lee. All those in favor of review, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Chair not voting, we are in review. Dwayne?
Yeah, just defer this resolution over to Mr. Franklin to give presentation.
Okay. Ernest?
Okay, good afternoon again. This is a resolution NHA 4955-2020. It's for the A&E services and to qualified A&E firms in accordance with CFR 1000.52. And then again, this is to provide pre-planning services, feasibility studies, design development, construction documents, design review, master planning, project evaluation, construction administration, cost estimating, expert witness services, and other technical services necessary to support the existing and proposed housing projects and other activities as tasked by NHA. And this is to the third highest rated firm, which is A&E Com, and that's it. The third.
They're listed as the fourth. Yeah, they're both. Or in terms of points?
Yeah, in terms of points.
Okay. Questions or comments from the board?
This is a matter of clarification, Madam Vice Chair. This is part of the same bid process, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, no further questions.
Can I have a motion to approve?
Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve NHA 4955-2020.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion to approve this resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lee. All those in favor of approval of this resolution as read, signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The chair is abstaining. This motion is approved, or this resolution is approved, 301. Thank you. Number 4, NHA-4956-2020. Do I have a motion to review?
Madam Vice Chair, I have a quick question.
Mr. Chair.
With regards to the next two, 4956 and 4957, am I correct in seeing that this is all part of that same bid process?
Yes. Yes, sir. We had much of the discussion in that first resolution.
Right.
Yes, sir.
For the record, then, what I'd like to do is, Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to make a motion to review and adopt resolutions NHA 4956-2020, authorizing Navajo Housing Authority into an on-call architectural and engineering service agreement with Swena Design and Architecture, LLC, for projects and planning and existing projects in the amount not to exceed $3 million, and NHA Resolution NHA 4957-2020, authorizing the Housing Authority to enter into an on-call architectural and engineering services agreement with Indigenous Design Studio plus Architecture, LLC, for projects and planning and existing projects in the amount not to exceed $3 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a motion to consolidate resolutions in 4 and 5 to review and approve these resolutions. By Chairman Beecher, do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Begay. All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
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 Did I hear a third?
Aye.
Okay, there you are, Commissioner Lee. Thank you. Any opposing? And Chair abstaining. This motion is approved, 301. Thank you. And we have our last resolution.
Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to motion to review NHA Resolution NHA 4958-2020, which is the resolution of the Board of Commissioners to approve the employment contract for the new Chief Executive Officer, Frank Beige.
We have a motion to review resolution NHA 4958-2020. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Begay. All those in favor of reviewing this resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Hearing none. We are in review of this resolution. Mr. Chair, how do you want to do this?
I'll go ahead and present. I just
Okay.
wanted to say that, you know, we put the advertisement out there looking for the new CEO. We've interviewed very qualified applicants, and we're pleased to present Mr. Frank Beige to the organization to be the next leader of this organization. And we did do quite a bit of searching, and we're very confident that Mr. Beige possesses all the skills needed to run the organization, to manage and inspire the organization to the next levels that we'd like to see the organization go. He will be beginning his employment here at Navajo Housing Authority on March 2nd. He has many years of executive experience to give him a deep body of knowledge, which is going to allow him to lead the organization successfully and work on developing our strategies overall and help us to achieve our NHA goals and our mission overall. So he's a very experienced executive leader, and we're very happy that we're going to be able to have him on board. And I look forward to having him lead the organization and working with him. So based on that, I would like to motion to review, motion to adopt the resolution. If there's no further comments, there could be.
Any further comments from the board? Commissioner Lee? No comments. Okay.
Comment. Okay.
Commissioner Lee?
No comment?
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm good.
All right. I am good too. Do I have a motion to approve? Did you motion, Mr. Chair? You did, didn't you? Okay, do I have a second to the motion of approving this resolution?
Second.
Second?
Give it to Frankie.
Seconded by Commissioner Lee. All those in favor of approving Resolution 4958-2020, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Abstentions? This motion is approved, 400. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. And I'd like to just say to the staff, I look forward to having the transition go smoothly, and look forward to coordinating with everybody and making sure that it does go smoothly. And so we're working closely over the next week to make sure that all that happens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are
For
moving
the
in.
good of the order, I'd like the motion going to executive session.
Yes, sir, we have a motion by Chairman Beecher to go into executive session for the good of the order. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lee, or Begay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Nays? Abstentions? Chair not voting. We are in executive session.
3:23.
We are out of the executive session at 6:48. Motion by Chairman Beecher, seconded by Commissioner Begay, a 4-0 vote. So Dwayne, you want to cover other business?
We have a planned meeting called for next board meeting on March 18th at 9 a.m. at the DSC conference room. So our next scheduled meeting, our BOC meeting will be on the March 18th.
Okay. All right. Benediction.
Madam Vice Chair, if I could make one comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I just, as we just approved earlier in the meeting, our new CEO coming on board, and I'm very thankful and grateful that that opportunity is coming to pass, and that we'll have Mr. Day join the team. But I did want to recognize Mr. Dwayne Waseta and all the wonderful hard work you've done over the past nearly almost a year at this point. But I really feel he's integral to the organization, and I just wanted to express my appreciation. I know the board has appreciation for Mr. Waseta, but I truly value all the work he's done over this last year, and will continue to do. But I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Waseta, for all your hard work and efforts, and that we really value your wisdom and your experience here at NHA, and it's helped us tremendously. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would echo that, and I would ask Dwayne to relay a message from the board to his family and his children and mom and dad and everyone that I know also supported him and lifted him and waited for him, especially the new addition to the family. So thank you, Dwayne, for that, and please tell your family thank you as well.
Thank you. Appreciate all the stuff we've done, and then what we're going to do more.
Right, thank you. Okay, a benediction? Doreen, would you mind? Deja?
Sure. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. Thank you for all the plans and everything that was approved. Thank you for the Board of Commissioners and for all the hard work that our staff do here with NHA. And Lord, I thank you for the new CEO that's coming on. May we take it in a positive manner, that we assist him, that we help him in every way that we can. And I just thank you for the decisions of the board members and our chiefs. Thank you for the families that are out there, and Lord, take us safely home today as we have weather conditions, and some of our staff members are going to be on travel now on their way to Washington, D.C. I pray that you will be with them there, and that they will plan for us, and that they will make the decisions, and thank you for them to represent on behalf of NHA. I just thank you for all that you do, and I just pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. A motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion by Chairman Beecher, second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Begay. All those in favor of adjournment, say aye.
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 Aye.